afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Arlington ISD Board of Trustees on July 29th at 5:08 p.m. Due to health and safety concerns related to the COVID-19 coronavirus, this meeting will be conducted by video conference or telephone call. At least a quorum of the board will be participating by video conference or telephone conference in accordance with the provisions of sections 551.125 or 551.127 of the Texas Government Code that have been suspended by order of the governor. Members of the public may access this meeting via AISD website at www.aisd.net. The Board of Trustees on July 29th, 2020, beginning at 5:08 p.m., will convene in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act for the topics set forth on our agenda. We will reconvene an open meeting at approximately 6 p.m. Thank you. At this time, I will reconvene into open session this meeting of the Arlington Independent School District Board of Trustees for July 29th, 2020, beginning at 6:33 p.m. We will start our meeting with the opening ceremony. Please join Ms. Polly Walton in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Polly, if you would unmute. Thank you.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walton. I would ask for everyone that is attending this meeting to please make sure that you are muted if you are not speaking. That way there will be no distraction or interaction. Now, if you would please join me in a moment of silence. And if I could just start off by saying, please, in your moment of silence, your prayer, however you call it, please mention your elected officials, your teachers, your community, as we are all going through this situation together. Please just pray for wisdom, guidance, and health for everyone in our community. Please join me now. Thank you very much. So now we come to our open forum for agenda items. As stated on the posted agenda, members of the public who desire to address the board regarding an item on the agenda are required to register by sending an email to the Superintendent of School Secretary, Lisa Benjamin, at AISD.net no later than 3 p.m. the day of the board meeting. Now I'm going to read our rules for speaking. I'm going to read them because we've got 13 speakers. If you are speaking and you wish for me to repeat these rules, please say so and I will. Otherwise, these rules will apply to each speaker. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for open forum. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Mrs. Benjamin will notify you when your time is up. At that time, please end your presentation. So now, Ms. Benjamin, who is our first requester registered to address the board?
President Mays, our first speaker is Wendell Billfield.
Okay. I see Wendell connecting. Okay. I think we have him. Wendell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and I can hear you. Please, welcome. Start your...
Thank you.
May start.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Yes, I can. Got it. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As you probably know, just yesterday, the Texas Attorney General provided legal guidance clarifying that, and I'll quote him, while local health authorities may possess some authority to close schools in limited circumstances, they may not issue blanket orders closing all schools on a purely preventative basis. That decision rightfully remains with the school system leaders, end quote. So it's up to you, our Board of Trustees, to decide when in-person schooling can resume for our children this fall. In my limited 5 minutes of time, I hope to provide you with some information and context that may assist you in making that decision. To begin, I want to convey that I do take COVID very seriously, and its impacts have and will continue to affect my family personally. My father-in-law and mother-in-law, both 91 years old, tested positive for COVID in June. They live in an assisted living facility, and as you've probably heard on the news, COVID can spread rapidly with deadly consequences in an environment like theirs. In addition, my wife is an occupational therapist in our district, and the special needs students of all grade levels that she serves have education goals that would require direct in-person contact. That contact is one-on-one, and it's necessarily up close. In her role at the Arlington schools over the years, she's been bitten, punched, and spit upon. And I say that in no way to blame or disparage her students. Their behavior was out of their control due to the maladies they were suffering from. But I do say it just to highlight that to those listening that she will be in probably one of the most high-risk categories for infection from a student at school. So in talking all about this, I'm personally very sensitive to the needs and concerns of teachers, therapists, nurses, and other adult school workers that will be returning to school this fall. And I don't want teachers to think I'm throwing them under the bus in any way. Our family is going to be affected and in the thick of it with you, regardless of when in-person schooling resumes. Also, I want to convey that choosing an earlier or later in-person start date is not a choice between a zero-risk option and a higher-risk option. There are very real risks that occur with children not being in school and continuing to be out of school for so long. Specifically, I know two stories, one related to a friend of mine whose lives were impacted by a recent child suicide. In one of those cases, the dad is convinced his son would not have committed suicide had it not been for the shock and social isolation caused by schools being closed. There are also higher risks to children simply from things like the potential for increased violence and drug use by not being in school. And finally, I've heard from a single parent mom. She said she's not COVID privileged and able to have her kids learn from home at fall. So for her and others, schools should be considered essential every bit as much as a grocery store or hardware store. And I know we are all navigating through a global pandemic for the very first time in our lives. It's natural and expected for us all to have different comfort levels about safety and the level of risk involved in the actions we take. But I would like us to focus just briefly on some numbers and statistics. This information is not widely circulated, as news tends to focus on the negative, but all this is searchable and verifiable. And it's given our family comfort and guided our decisions to look at in-person schooling for our two children this fall. If you'll go to the Government Center for Disease Control website, you can look up number of deaths for COVID. And if you look today, you'll see numbers current through July 11th. And for college age and younger children, so this is ages 24 and younger, the CDC reports exactly 0 COVID deaths in Texas. And this number is consistent with the extremely low number of deaths of our children in other states and other countries around the world due to COVID. So while I do not expect our Texas number will stay at 0, I do hope this number gives parents solace like it did our family, that the risk of direct permanent harm to their children from COVID is indeed very, very low. And after that, the next natural question is, what about teachers? What about the other adults working in the schools? To address that concern, I think we can look at the many other school systems around the world that have already reopened and been operating for some time. We can look at how many schools have had to shut down again, possibly due to waves of teachers getting sick. There's an epidemiologist in the United Kingdom who asked that very question. He did searches around the world of all the schools that have been open and reported in the London Times that, it's quote, "It is extremely difficult to find any instance anywhere in the world as a single example of a child transmitting to a teacher in school. There may have been one in Australia, but it is incredibly rare," end quote. So Australia's school year being in the summer hemisphere, they're basically flipped from ours. So they have been going to school since May and through our summer here. And the United Kingdom has been hit harder by COVID than the United States. They've had nearly 700 deaths out of every million people, where we're just now approaching around 500 deaths out of every million people. And they are reopening their schools on time this fall with no online option. They are making attendance there mandatory. And so every other country has reopened their schools already, even ones harder hit than the United States, like Sweden, has had success in keeping their schools open and their adult school workers healthy. And I think if we are smart and established and follow similar protocols, we should expect similar results. A pandemic like this has never been experienced since the Spanish flu pandemic around 100 years ago. For comparison, that pandemic.
Your
Yes, ma'am.
time has expired. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Wing. Thank you, Wendell. Mrs. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Poole.
Okay. I see Mr. Poole connecting. And there he is. Welcome, Mr. Poole.
Good evening, Ms. Mays. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Ms. Mays, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos, I'm Stephen Poole, Executive Director of the United Educators Association, and I want to thank you for the time tonight to share some thoughts. I didn't sleep last night. It was one of those nights where my mind just would not shut off. And I thought a lot about the politics that was played yesterday by our felony indicted Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, our Texas Commissioner of Education Mike Morath, and our Tarrant County Judge Glenn Whitley. They played politics with the health and safety of our staff and students, and that kept me up last night. But it was good to see in a news report today, the Tarrant County Public Health Director was quoted in a CBS 11 news report that said, "I've said this before and I'll say it again. Currently, online schooling is the safest option. This is a person-to-person illness. You put more people together, you're going to have a problem." That's where our focus should be. Not on the politics, but the underlying advice from the Tarrant County Public Health Director on what is safest right now in Tarrant County. And he reiterated again today that online schooling is the safest option. I've spent the past 20 years, working hard for our members and serving them. And I can tell you, as I've shared before, overwhelmingly, they're scared. The state has shifted back and forth and have put school districts like Arlington and others in such a bind. You're building plan on plan on plan, but it's on quicksand laid by the state. So we need more time to better prepare and get folks ready to eventually, hopefully, go back to in-person learning. And to do that, now it's at your feet. The state's playing politics, so it's at your feet. You get to decide, do we start on time? Do we delay the in-person instruction or instruction altogether? Or do we start off virtually now under the guidelines that TEA currently has in place? So I encourage you to, I know most of you and and I've known a lot of you a long time. I know you're going to do right by students, staff, and teachers. We need to listen to the Tarrant County health experts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. Mrs. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Jennifer Darnell.
Okay. Miss Darnell, can you hear me? Okay. Just let me know if we're having any trouble.
President Mays, it appears that Miss Darnell is muted. Miss Darnell, if you can hear us, would you unmute your phone?
Hello.
There you are. Hello, Miss Darnell. Welcome. We can hear you now. You may start.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Darnell. I'm a registered nurse in the AISD and outgoing president of the Arlington School Nurses Association. My husband is a special ed teacher in our district as well. Dr. Cavazos and AISD board members, before I begin, I want to thank each one of you for your continued and tireless work on our district's return to school plan. As a registered nurse and a parent of a student in the district, I asked Dr. Cavazos and the school board to continue with our plan of taking a pause on in-person classes until the set date of September 28th. We have seen an increase in the numbers of children who are becoming infected with COVID-19. While we understand children are at lower risk for severe illnesses, hospitalization, and death due to coronavirus, we also recognize the fact that children are silent spreaders, and that our student population includes children and teens who have underlying health conditions that put them at greater risk. To discount this fact is to ignore science. Sending them back to school, where there will be large groups and where it is almost impossible to keep kids 6 feet apart, means that we acknowledge that we are putting our students, our staff, our elderly, our whole community at risk for illness and death, and have decided that it is better to risk those lives than to delay the start of in-person school until the trends go down. The White House has designated Texas as a COVID-19 red zone. That means we have significant community spread. Tarrant County also has the 4th highest infection rate in Texas. Arlington has the 2nd highest COVID-19 rate in Tarrant County. Many will tout other countries that have gone back to school and have not had large numbers of spread in the schools. If you look at the facts in the data for these countries, all of them basically flattened the curve and did not have explosive community spread like the United States prior to reopening schools. Another fact to take note of is that their populations were significantly less than those of the United States and Texas. Many of these countries were able to have reduced class sizes and excellent contact tracing. And even with that, some of them opened just to close again. In a study published last week in the Journal of Science, a team analyzed data from 2 cities in China, Wuhan, where the virus first emerged, and Shanghai. When the schools were open, they found children had about 3 times as many contacts as adults, and 3 times as many opportunities to become infected. A second study by a group of German researchers led by Christian Drosten, a world-renowned virologist, found that children who test positive harbor just as much virus as adults do, sometimes more, and so presumably are just as infectious. A study by scientists in South Korea suggests that children ages 10 to 19 spread the virus just as much as adults do. I want nothing more than to be with our students, and I hear the same thing from my peers. We chose education because we believe in it, because we love students and work hard to ensure that they get all they possibly can while in our charge. We also know that it is not safe right now. The guidelines that we have to follow to get our kids back in school are difficult, to say the least. It will result in school shutting down within a matter of weeks once we open the doors to on-campus learning. And a short return will benefit nobody, not the teachers who are having to plan for every possible scenario, and not the students. Thank you, Dr. Cavazos and AISD board members, for allowing me to speak to you all tonight. I am grateful as a parent and employee for all the hard work and dedication you each put into serving the AISD and the Arlington community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Darnell, and thank you for serving our students here in AISD. Ms. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker is Miss Noemi Ogle.
Okay. I see Ms. Ogle connecting. Welcome, Ms. Ogle.
Hello.
Your time starts now.
Thank you. Well, good evening, school board members, Dr. Cavazos, and administrative team. My name is Noemi Acosta Ogle, also known as Miss Mimi to my students and their families. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate all your hard work these past few months with extra meetings, phone calls, emails, etc. You are serving during a very crucial time in history. In your hands, you have the ability to make a decision that will either protect or sacrifice lives. Tonight, I will speak as a parent and as an educator. I have had children in AISD for 20 years, and I have also taught 20 years in this district. My family is completely vested in this community. Before I continue, I want you to not only hear my words, but hear my heart, and I hope not to cry. I sincerely love my students, my coworkers, my family, and my community. I even care about each one of you serving on this board, Dr. Cavazos and our district administrators. I would love for my son to have the full high school experience right now. However, I do not want to sacrifice his safety and health for an experience that may not be possible if he or others in our family or friends get seriously ill, and if continued community spread forces schools to shut down and reopen several times. As a teacher, I want to be with my students and I miss them dearly. My passion is working with students who struggle. There is nothing more exciting for me than to approach each day with expectation, knowing that I will be an instrument in helping my students succeed and exceed their goals and watch them develop self-confidence. My passion for my students, my family, and my community leads me to say this: please follow the data to drive your decisions. Our Tarrant County Judge, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Vogel.
Okay. Our Tarrant County Judge followed the data, and it was clear that on-campus instruction should not occur at this time due to the increased infection rates and hospitalizations. The data continues to support this. As educators, we are encouraged to have data drive our instruction. Now, I am imploring you to do the same. Let the data drive your decisions. Schools have not been open since March, yet reports are coming in that children have been infected with the virus as well, and that is even before school doors have opened up. Today, Dr. Fauci stated, we are going to be part of the learning curve experiment of what we need to know. Are you willing to protect or sacrifice lives and become an example for the world on what works or doesn't work? I believe you are here serving on this board for such a time as this. You are in a very difficult position, but please take a stand. Let's not be an example of what did not work. Lives are our most valuable asset. Please don't take a chance on lives. I believe timing is crucial. I ask that each step you take it cautiously, carefully, and not rush due to pressure. I would recommend continue online teaching until infection rate is below 5%. At that point, you will have had time to take all precautionary methods for opening up, and hopefully the medical field will have more answers. On another note, I have heard it said, you're a teacher, it's part of the job. I will tell you that I have sat in a bathroom with 22 preschool children and their parents crying as a tornado passed our building. I sang and I consoled each one of them. At the same time, I said my goodbyes and I love yous to my own children. I've sat in a corner with scared students, protecting them for what we thought was an intruder at the time. Again, I said my goodbyes to my own family. Those instances could not have been prevented. However, our approach to this virus is different. We take what we catch out to our families and our community. Spread can be contained. Our lives do not have to be sacrificed, nor the lives of others outside of the school. Thank you. Appreciate the time to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Ogle, and thank you for serving the AISD students.
Thank you.
Ms. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Joanna Cardoza.
Okay. I see Ms. Cardoza connecting. It appears she's still connecting. Okay. There we go. Welcome, Ms. Cardoza.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Very good. You may start now.
Okay, good evening, board president and fellow school board trustees. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I am an Arlington resident, a community advocate, and I am on the board of directors for Faith in Texas. We are a faith-based nonprofit that works on achieving economic, racial, and social justice in our community. We have a group of faithful parishioners at St. Matthew Catholic Church in East Arlington. I am also a member of the school district School Health Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you via Zoom. Like you, many families and teachers in our community don't feel safe to go back to small rooms. I am speaking to you tonight because many families, teachers whom I love and I are very concerned about the reopening of schools during this time in the middle of a health crisis. We are the only city in Tarrant County with our own health director. I trust her dearly, and I do not believe she would have signed off on the order to delay the opening of schools had she not thought it was the best for our beloved gifts from God, our children. Tarrant County is currently experiencing a spike in positive cases. The county's positivity rate is currently at 13.5%. Ideally, it should be less than 10%. In zip code 76010, 76011, 76012, 76015, and 76018, in the city of Arlington, the positivity rates are above 20%. According to the last update from Fire Chief Croson, who is leading the fight against COVID in our community. As of 7/28, the following zip codes have the following COVID information. 76010 has 247 active cases out of 1,117 total positive cases. 76010 also has the highest number of deaths in our community, 11 loved ones who have lost their lives located in East Arlington. 76014 has 107 active cases out of 575 total positive cases, also located in East Arlington. 76017 has 127 active cases out of 511 total positive cases, located in South Arlington. 76051 only has 51 active cases out of 187 positive cases located in Central Arlington. There is currently a testing site in East Arlington, and according to the Commissioner's Court, there is another one in the works, potentially to be located at Sam Houston High School, which is located in East Arlington. I am a survivor of COVID, and my testing ordeal was a nightmare. A free test by the county, when I needed it, had an 8-day wait time, with an additional 8-day waiting period for test results. My family was privileged to have health insurance for us to get same-day testing at a private facility after a 5-hour wait time, and also covered the $1,300 cost for our family to get tested. Many families in our community are already struggling to pay rent and put food on the table. Many families in our most vulnerable communities have an existing barrier to healthcare. According to one of our local state reps, people are arriving at the emergency rooms when they are already in a very critical state. As of today, the county and private facilities do not have the testing, lab processing, and contact tracing capacity. We are not ready to reopen schools. Is that my 5 minute? Oh. The Arlington Independent School District is a minority majority school district. According to the district's student ethnicity report, 46% Latino, 25% African American, total of 71% minority. The district also has a high student population that lives in poverty, over 70%. The majority of the high schools in the district, with the exception of one, is minority majority. Sam Houston is at 90%, Lamar is 75%, and Bowie is 74%. Why is all this data important? It's important because the center of your student population is located in the eastern section of the city, the same area that is currently being ravaged by COVID. The data for City of Arlington shows that the Latino community, followed by African American and elderly population, are being ravaged by the disease. Over 40% of the positive cases and deaths due to COVID in Arlington have been from the Latino community. There are many students in this district that live in dense housing that includes multiple generations. We all know and have known for a long time that the schools in the eastern section of the city suffer from overcrowding, making social distancing a complex issue for student populations in this part of town. The disease has also exposed what many in our community have known for a very long time. We have a huge health disparity in Arlington. I trust that the board will do the right thing for all of our students and our teachers. The community is watching you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cardoza, and thank you for your community support of AISD.
Thank you.
Ms. Benjamin, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Catherine Beaver.
Okay, I see Ms. Beaver connecting. There she is. Welcome, Ms. Beaver.
Good evening. Thank you. This evening, I will be speaking on behalf of myself and other educators within AISD who have endorsed the prepared statement that I'm about to read. Dr. Cavazos, President Mays, members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. We know that the political landscape concerning school reopening is changing daily. Let us not forget that schools never closed, only the buildings did. AISD educators and staff did provide and will continue to provide education and care for our students, even from afar. The statement made by Attorney General Paxton yesterday makes it seem like virtual instruction is problematic. As far as we can tell, his words do not necessitate a change to the plan for beginning the school year online only for the following reasons. Firstly, the TEA has not changed their plan to fully fund online only instruction for the first 4 weeks, with an additional 4 weeks available thereafter with board approval and a waiver. We should make use of those 4 weeks via virtual instruction to mitigate the spread of COVID as much as possible. Secondly, the health risks posed to our students and staff have not changed. The infection rate in Tarrant County is still above 10%. Judge Whitley may have revoked the official order put out by the health department, but the reasons for the order remain. And it makes the most sense to follow the recommendations of those most qualified to issue guidance during a health emergency. Additionally, there are lawyers looking into the validity of Mr. Paxton's statement. Based on the guidelines published by DSHS, local health authorities do appear to have the ability to enact and enforce laws to prevent and suppress the spread of infectious disease. A copy of the DSHS published duties for local health authorities was shared with all of you via email before the meeting. What does this mean for AISD? It means that opening for in-person instruction immediately will put the health and lives of students and staff at risk, simply because someone said that those with the education and expertise in the field of infectious disease can't force us to go online only. We would like to believe that nobody in charge at AISD felt forced and made their decision based on what is considered best practice to minimize risk. So far, the board's decisions have been based on data and science and have been well thought out. As educators concerned for our students, colleagues, families, and selves, we just ask that you continue to make data-driven decisions to protect those entrusted to your care. Please do not consider reopening for in-person instruction until the rate of spread has dropped enough to make it safe to do so. Thank you. Additionally, I would like to make a personal statement for myself. Working at Venture, the at-risk campus, I feel very strongly that we are in a unique position to know what our students need. And what they need is to know that we still care and that we are still here for them, which I was very much able to do virtually in the spring and will continue to do in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beaver, and thank you for your service for our students here in AISD. Ms. Benjamin, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. We have Rory Dobbs.
Okay. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Dobbs.
Good evening, President Mays, Dr. Cavazos, members of the board, and Arlington community. I want to thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you this evening regarding my concerns. As previously stated, my name is Rory Dobbs. I am a teacher at Workman Junior High, and I come before you tonight both confused and frightened. As the new term approaches, numerous school districts have or are discussing reversing their decisions against offering in-person learning despite the alarming number of COVID-19 cases. As a result, I needed to reach out to you on behalf of my students, their families, my colleagues, and myself to dissuade you from allowing in-person learning to occur prior to September 28th. Last week, I anxiously awaited a decision regarding school reopening at the board meeting. When no decision was made at that time, I was certainly concerned. My anxieties, however, were somewhat laid to rest when Dr. Cavazos later sent the email stating that public health authorities of Tarrant County and the cities of Arlington and Burleson were keeping all schools closed through September 27th. Unfortunately, that sense of security was taken from me by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton when he issued his opinion that local health authorities do not have the power to keep schools closed. As a result of this statement, districts in both Dallas and Tarrant County have committed back to their original plans of offering both in-person and online learning, including Eagle Mountain, Saginaw, and Keller. Mr. Paxton commented, and you've heard this before, while local health authorities may possess some authority to close schools in limited circumstances, they may not issue blanket orders closing all schools on a purely preventative basis. That decision rightfully remains with the school system leaders. I am absolutely perplexed and incensed by Mr. Paxton's statement, but I am not a lawyer. Instead, I will quote Jacob Carpenter and Taylor Goldenstein of the Houston Chronicle. Despite Paxton's letter, local health orders mandating the closure of schools remain legally binding for now. To the Arlington community listening, if you are confused, you're in great company, me too. But to add to that confusion, TEA immediately retracted its stance that funding for districts would not be penalized due to the legal authority of local health officials. So that leaves us in a most precarious position as a district. But to quote the superintendent of Sunnyvale ISD, Doug Williams, it is a game of political tug-of-war and we are the rope. It is appalling to me that in the midst of a worldwide pandemic that has particularly hit our local community in frightening numbers, that the authority of local health officials would even be called into question. But as previously stated, I am not a lawyer. However, I believe that my life and the lives of my students and their families matters a great deal. We are not political props for an election year, and our lives matter more than state funding. This brings me to the reason I want to speak with you. If Attorney General Paxton's words hold true, and you have the sole authority to decide school reopening, I implore you to please heed the words and authority of local health officials and not reverse last week's decision. And I do say authority because the data speaks for itself, free from politics or funding. Stay the current course, please, of delaying in-person learning until September 28th, and then base your decisions solely on local health authorities. There is no factor more important than the science and spread of this illness, which as of today has claimed over 150,000 American lives. I do not need to recite what has happened time and time again when this state opens too soon. I have listened to Dr. Wirtz and Dr. Brown's guidelines to keep students and teachers safe, and I applaud their heart's desire to keep all parties safe in this district. But I am convinced that the only way of keeping maintenance staff, students, teachers, and all families safe in Arlington ISD is to not offer in-person learning prior to September 28th, and then base decisions on what local health officials recommend. I have listened to the demands of many concerned parents as well. Please know, as a teacher, I would love to be back in my classroom teaching US history. I love working with families and students and building productive relationships, but I do not want my or my students' lives in danger. Maslow's hierarchy of needs places physiological and safety needs as the foundation of all needs. If this is not present, ask yourself, how can any learning ever occur? In my experience as a district, you have never faltered to prioritize student and staff safety, and I pray that you will keep our lives safe from this pandemic and not follow the faulty path of other school districts in this county. We can, we will, and we do provide high quality online learning through district offered software. In closing, members of the board, I want to thank you for allowing me the chance to speak with you. I advocate for the wellness of students, staff, and all families when I ask you to please continue to heed the words of local health officials. You have never faltered in your commitment to keeping us safe and keeping the students of Arlington ISD safe. No teacher should have to plan their will going into a school year. Students' health and safety is my priority in my classroom, but until local health officials affirm it, I and many of my colleagues remain frightened for our safety. Please,
Mr. Dobbs, your time is gone.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs, and thank you for serving the students of AISD. Ms. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. We have Brianna Bianco.
Okay. I see Ms. Bianco is connecting. And there she is. Welcome, Ms. Bianco.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you for all of the difficult decisions you have had to make. I appreciate that you have kept the safety and well-being of students and staff in mind in these decisions, as well as the opinions of medical experts at the forefront. I continue to speak for myself and other teachers who would like you to keep our current plans in place to open only virtually. Attorney General Paxton put out an opinion that local health officials did not have the authority to preemptively close school buildings due to COVID, but we must continue to follow the science and facts that exist. The fact is, if we open school buildings before it is safe, we will inevitably cause more spread of the virus and potential deaths of children and staff members. The TEA has made it very clear that districts will receive funding that decide to teach only virtually for 4 weeks, and that a waiver can be requested for an additional 4 weeks if necessary. We should take advantage of those weeks of virtual only learning to curb the spread of the virus in hopes of returning face-to-face as soon as it is safe. I urge the school board to continue to do everything possible to stop the spread of the virus and help teachers become better virtual teachers. Many people who disagree with me use the argument that keeping school buildings closed will lead to greater inequality in education for students of color and students from a low socioeconomic background. This may be true, but it's not an unsolvable issue. Furthermore, many of these arguments come from people that are not included in the populations that they are talking about. A wise friend of mine said recently, middle-class white folks advocating on behalf of the less privileged for schools to open need to listen. When we advocate on the behalf of others, it is very important to listen to their voices. Polls that include demographic data reveal high levels of opposition to opening school buildings amongst African American, Latinx, and low-income families. Almost 9 out of 10 African American parents think that it would be a risk to their health and well-being. Another national poll found that only 19% of parents making less than $50,000 feel comfortable sending their kids back to school, as opposed to 39% of those making over $75,000. We must listen to those who have been most affected by the virus. Many who disagree with me argue that school building closures will lead to a childcare crisis. The childcare crisis is real for vulnerable families, but it isn't new for them. Yes, many white-collar workers are now scrambling to find childcare, but low-income families have been doing that for decades. Low-income families make extreme sacrifices all the time to ensure the safety of their children. Asking them to come into a school building now, where they will bring home a deadly virus to their grandparents, who often provide childcare or live in the same home as them, would be irresponsible and cruel. We must all ask our government to help solve this child care crisis and not lay the entire burden on schools and teachers. People who disagree with me argue that schools provide socialization and critical mental health support for children. Again, this is true. However, we need to consider the environment we would be sending students into. This will not be a year of teacher hugs and lunch with their friends and awesome collaborative projects. All the normal stresses will be compounded by anxiety about the virus, constant vigilance about safety, and possibly even the need to cope with the deaths of teachers or classmates. Normal is just not on the table for us this year. In a district as large as ours, we need money and time to make it safe to return. Teachers are not doctors or nurses. Doctors and nurses have extensive PPE, disinfectants, typically see one patient at a time, and are trained in dealing with infectious diseases. Getting in close contact with the sick is an essential function of the job for doctors and nurses. It is not an essential function of education, and our job can be done effectively through remote learning. We need to continue to do our very best to protect everyone. Texas's death toll continues to rise, and the state had a record 1,607 deaths in the week ending on Monday. This means one Texan is dying every 6 minutes due to this virus. This should not be made into a political game by our federal and state leaders, but that is what it has become. It is up to us now to make the right decision. To summarize, I urge the school board to keep our plans in place to keep all learning virtual until it is truly safe to reopen. We should consider pushing back our state start date until after Labor Day to see the holiday's effects on case numbers and to give us at least 4 weeks of virtual learning after Labor Day. I implore you to continue to listen to medical experts instead of unqualified politicians. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turco. Thank you for your service. We're getting some background noise. Is everybody muted okay? Okay, Ms. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ms. Melissa Martin.
Okay, I see Ms. Martin connecting. Ms. Martin, welcome. Okay, if you unmute.
Hi, give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Am I ready to start?
Yep, your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank the board for giving me the time and opportunity to speak for myself and for other educators who have endorsed this message tonight. I'm an educator at Turning Point Secondary School, teaching English 1 and English for students of other languages 1 and 2. Let me start by saying how heartbroken we are to be away from our students. They're the reason we do what we do. Recently, we've seen our country divided and polarized on issues, some as small as wearing masks and others as giant as systemic racism. I am proud of my district's stance on both. But now it's time to take a stand for the educators that make this district what it is, because without us, this district doesn't exist. The current plan to begin online through at least 9/17 is proactive. It keeps us apart while still allowing us to do our jobs, teaching any and every student that is enrolled in our district. The safety of every single person on every single campus should be the primary focus right now. Delaying in-person schooling could be the difference between staying open in the fall versus rolling closures of schools. Major League Baseball has been on for 1 week, and as of yesterday, 17 of the Miami Marlins are infected. If an organization full of disciplined athletes that can distance and has vast amounts of money to test their players are having this kind of issue, how can we realistically think that underfunded schools will be better able to do it? In the last board meeting, air filtration was discussed, and we know that proper filters are not in place throughout schools, and not enough of them are in the schools where they are. I'm not a carrier of streptococcus, but when I lived in a dorm during college, I got strep 4 times in 3 semesters thanks to the recycled air. Schools do not have water fountains set up for bottle refills, and I should not have to tell you how many students, younger and older, choose to drink from the water fountains. When educators get sick, and they will, who's going to talk to the students about why the person they trust and count on left without saying goodbye? When some educators die, and they will, who's going to tell students that kids rarely ever show outward symptoms, and that's why their teacher was put in danger? Staying the course gives the district time to address issues such as these. Judge Whitley met with parents on Monday who want schools to reopen sooner. They cited hunger and abuse as their primary concerns. Rightly so. Those are concerns that are close to all of our hearts. I have filed CPS reports. I have given students water bottles and snacks. I have purchased toiletries and given them my own lunch. But at the end of the day, when that school bell rings, the kids affected by hunger and abuse still go home where those issues loom large. During the closure, this district fed any child from 0 to 18, regardless of enrollment status. But ultimately, these issues are outside the scope of district responsibility. No one that I've spoken to believes the online to be the ideal. We know better. I earned my Master's of Education online while teaching full-time, and it was definitely more challenging than being in the same room with my instructors and peers. Teaching online is challenging, but it can be effective. I'm here for it. Arlington teachers are here for it. We are ready to rise to this challenge and be there for our students. But first, we need the community to be there for us. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, and thank you for your service to our AISD students. Ms. Benjamin, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker that is registered is Hope Aguilera, but we've not seen that she's joined us on the Zoom meeting, even though we've tried to reach her twice on the phone. So we'll be moving on to Mr. Bill Tyler.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Tyler.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank Madam President, members of the board, administration. I know this has been a long night of hearing from a lot of people. If we need to take like a 5-second brain break, we can shake it out a little bit, but I'd like your attention for time. I'm Bill Tyler. My wife is in her 8th year as a 5th grade teacher. We do not fully know all of the long-term effects of COVID-19 infection, but we're seeing clear evidence of long-term damage that is wide-ranging and likely includes measurable cognitive decline. I hope all of you are staying up to date on the latest science and not abdicating that responsibility to the Tarrant County Health Department. We've already seen evidence of undue political influence hampering their ability to be an unfiltered provider of truth, science, and sound guidance. I want to quickly provide some insight from trusted, established experts in the medical field as they relate to potential lifelong effects of this virus. First, from Dr. Eric Topol. He's a cardiologist and director of Scripps Research Translational Institute in La Jolla, California. He says, "We thought this was only a respiratory virus. Turns out it goes after the pancreas, it goes after the heart, it goes after the liver, the brain, the kidney, and other organs. We didn't appreciate that in the beginning." Next, from Dr. Igor Korlenik. He's a chief neuroinfectious disease doctor with Northwestern Medicine. Half of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 had neurological complications such as dizziness, decreased alertness, difficulty concentrating, disorders of smell and taste, seizures, strokes, weakness, and muscle pain. Finally, one more quote from Dr. Joseph Brennan. He's a cardiologist at the Yale School of Medicine. "The difficulty is sorting out the long-term consequences. While some patients may fully recover, we worry others will suffer long-term damage, including lung scarring, heart damage, and neurological and mental effects. Science is showing us that although children may be largely asymptomatic, there's still evidence their bodies are taking considerable damage. It is a scary fact that we could be cutting our children's mental and physical development short prematurely. I've heard other speakers say that our deaths are at 0. That is a straw man argument. Death should not be the metric in mind. Permanent harm is the bar that we should be discussing. We as adults and you as board members must protect them. We know we cannot do that effectively in a traditional classroom. Please, I would like you to stand up as elected leaders and face the political headwinds. Do not shirk your duty to protect the children. It would be selfish and short-sighted of us to send students and teachers back into classrooms defenseless. Short of isolation through physical barriers, we cannot ensure our safety and the safety of the children or faculty. Teachers in Texas are not legally allowed to strike in an organized fashion. They risk losing their teaching certificate, their retirement, and likely their career. However, teachers, you each have the individual right to call in sick, take vacation, FMLA, or strike individually, as long as you're not striking as a part of a group or a part of an organized walkout. I encourage all teachers and staff to consider this option as a very, very absolute last resort. I know each and every one of us wants all of us to be back in the school with our children like normal. That's just not the reality that we currently live in. We've seen a crisis of leadership from the federal government, then the state government and TEA. Our health departments have been hamstrung by our attorney general, and our last line of leadership before teachers would be forced to make very difficult decisions is you, the school board. I implore the school board to consider only the long-term safety and well-being of the students while they make these decisions. Please do not make the excuse of we will lose funding if. We can find a way. There's always a way to make more money, but we can never undo the physical harm to children in our care caused by this terrible virus. Please delay the start of school to ensure safety and, as needed, funding. More than a remarkable education, we need a remarkably healthy children. History will remember those that were willing to sacrifice and do what was needed to defeat this terrible virus, as well as those that mercilessly sent children into unprotected situations before the science was far enough along to do so safely. We must know that we just aren't there yet. You know that, most people know that. Now is the time to be the leader that you were elected to be. Delay school starts and save lives. It's the end of my prepared remarks. I want to say I've spoken to many of you individually over the phone and via email. You've always been effusive with your just praise of teachers. I appreciate all of your time as leaders in the community, and I've never impeached your motives for these children, but I do want you to be leaders as you make these decisions. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Ms. Benjamin, our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker is Summer Armstrong.
Okay, I see Summer is connecting. Summer is still connecting. So if we are having any technical difficulties, please let me know.
We are having difficulty, ma'am. We will move on to Miss Kim Martinez, and if Miss Summer Armstrong joins us again, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Miss Martinez, I see that you are connected. I also see you're still muted.
Okay, sorry.
There you go. Welcome, Martinez.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Mays, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos.
Okay, there you go. Welcome, Martinez.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Mays, members
I think
of
you need to turn down the streaming in the background.
Sorry, I clicked on it, but it unclicked itself.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you very much again for this chance to speak to you. And I just want to say, wow, I really thought a week ago that we could all just breathe a sigh of relief and put this behind us until, as Mr. Poole mentioned, an indicted felon, our Attorney General, Ken Paxton, decided to stick his nose where it really didn't belong. He came out with that announcement, and I have nothing good to say about the leadership in Texas right now. TEA, the governor, the lieutenant governor, and our county judges, they've all failed us. They're failing us miserably. They're passing the buck because none of them have the guts to stand strong on a common sense decision. Instead, we're on this merry-go-round of nightmares while they play politics with our lives and our students' lives. After Judge Whitley's order last week, I suddenly felt so much relief and resolve. And I was like, okay, that's it. I can get busy. I can start planning. I jumped into my training modules with both feet, ready to make this the best instruction virtually that I can possibly do. Well, then fast forward to yesterday and Mr. Paxton's announcement, and then cue the anxiety, the rage, the shock, and the confusion. My cell phone started blowing up. People started texting me, Facebook message, Facebook notifications. Everyone was calling, and we were all like, what is going on? What does this mean? What's going to happen now? So here we are, trapped in this Groundhog's Day moment where we just keep going back and forth, what's going to happen. And we're having to worry about this and be advocates for ourselves, for our community, and for our students, instead of doing what we should do and put our energies into planning for our year and planning how we can start instead of being pushed and pulled around by all these political motivations. My message tonight for our board is I still have faith in you. I know that you will follow the science and the facts, and you won't be swayed by our incompetent leadership in the state. My message to Texas leaders, to TEA, to our governor, to Ken Paxton, shame on you. Shame on you for doing this to us. Shame on you, Mike Morath, for threatening our funding for our schools. You have awakened the teacher voting bloc, and you're going to be sorry in the next election. We're not going to forget. In the meantime, again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm very passionate about this issue, as you can see, but I see there's lots of other great speakers tonight, and I appreciate every single one of them standing up for what they believe is the correct thing to do. I hope you all have a wonderful evening and stay safe.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, and thank you for serving our students too of AISD. Ms. Benjamin, do we have another speaker? Were we able to get Ms. Summer back?
We are going to try one more time to bring Miss Summer Armstrong online.
Okay.
Miss Armstrong, are you online with us? Ms. Mays, she is connected to our system but not responding, so I'm assuming we think she must have stepped away from her computer. We've reached out to her and called her, tried to connect, and we've been unsuccessful.
Okay. So that was our last speaker. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to our speakers. One thing that we like to do when we have our open forum is allow individuals to speak their thoughts in their minds, and we appreciate those that are willing to step up and do that. Before we move on, I would like to give an opportunity for our superintendent to speak before we continue on with our agenda. Dr. Cavazos, you've got the mic.
Thank you, President Mays. As I reflect back to March, when we started with COVID, we committed as a team that the safety of our students, our staff, and our community would be the #1 priority. That we have not wavered. I'm disappointed that the public school systems have been challenged with ever-changing guidelines, regulations, proclamations, and mandates, instead of a laser focus on what's most important, and that's how we start our school year as safely as possible. With that being said, tonight, we are announcing that we will begin August 17th online for at least the first 4 weeks of our school year. That virtual learning is something that we'll be providing for our students. As we move into those 4 weeks, we will review with our health officials any opportunities for waivers and considerations that will come back to the board at that time, depending on our situation. We know that TEA has provided some opportunities to extend that period of time, and we're going to carefully review that as well. But we will begin August 17th as originally planned, completely online for the first 4 weeks of school. We will serve some special ed programs, and you'll hear of that tonight. But it will be online learning for the first 4 weeks of AISD's start. I want to thank our teachers and our staff and our community and our students for their patience. This has been a continued change in landscape. I certainly want to thank our board for your leadership and your commitment to providing an exceptional educational experience for every single student, with safety as the forefront. And that has not changed, and it will not change. That will continue to be our lens. So tonight you'll hear details of continued discussion from last board meeting about online learning, expectations, continued device distribution, and things of that nature. And that's what our presentations. We've also invited Dr. Cynthia Simmons, who's our Arlington Health Authority, and she is joining us as well to provide any information or answer any questions that the board may have as we proceed with our presentations. So once again, thank you, board, for your leadership and your commitment to the safety of our students, our staff, and our community.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cavazos, for those words. On our agenda, we're going to move around. On the agenda, we had a discussion item A next. We're going to switch that around with our discussion action item B, reopening schools 2020-2021 plan update. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you again, President Mays. And so we will continue our discussion about reopening schools and what that would look like at some point when we have face-to-face instruction in AISD. I'm going to invite Dr. Tracy Brown to continue our discussion from last time with updated information. And then certainly at the end, open up to any questions, or in between the presentation, open up to any questions that the board may have of Dr. Brown or of Dr. Simmons. Dr. Brown.
Thank you so much, President Mays, members of the board, and of course, Dr. Cavazos. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update for you this evening on our return to school plan. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now so we can get started this evening. All right, so just to provide a brief overview of our conversation today, we're going to revisit a few health and safety operations updates from our last conversation last week. We'll talk more in depth about our in-person learning involving our special education students, as well as dig a little bit deeper into the virtual learning process, scheduling for students and for teachers as well. We'll update you on our registration process and how we look so far, and then talk to you about learning schedules. And of course, answer any questions that you might have about our presentation today. Just to remind you, our guiding principles have really have undergirded every conversation that we've had in our system, every plan that we've faced, and that of course is flexibility and grace, which has been challenged quite a bit. Educational equity, making sure all of our students have equal access to rigorous learning and to resources available for them. Rigorous learning, of course, as even virtual or in person, it's very important to us that we are hyper-vigilant and laser focused on providing quality learning experiences for our students. Of course, the health and safety of our students being first and foremost, and our staff members. And then of course, continuing to get stakeholder input as we continue throughout our journey. So we've talked about our partnership with Tarrant County Public Health and the Public Health Authority. Of course, looking at guidance from TEA and the CDC has really outlined all of our practices, our policies, our protocols that we reviewed last week, and we'll also add a couple more for this week as well. So we talked last week about resources and supplies that our campuses will receive. I wanted to update you a little bit more about that. So our COVID standard care kit, it's important that all of our campuses are outfitted with not only PPE, face masks, face shields, no contact thermometers, hand sanitizer, et cetera. But it's important that we have a supply that can continue to be replenished. I shared some numbers with you all last week. We have quite a bit of resources and materials for our campuses. And the plan is that we have established a standard delivery of these materials to campuses based on the percentage of students that we have, and of course, staff members that we have on campus, just to make sure that we have enough to go around. And when we do run out, we certainly have work with our head custodians who will make sure that we have access to additional PPE, any kind of sanitizing solutions that we need at the campuses to make sure those classrooms and offices are filled at all times. That staff, the custodial staff, again, they'll be rotating. So we'll have additional staff who are supporting during the daytime to make sure that the hand sanitizer dispensers are refilled, that we have as much, again, resources as necessary for our classrooms and our offices. If we need additional supplies, we certainly can request those from the warehouse, and the custodial teams at each campuses are aware of that process and know when the right time is to request for additional supplies for those campuses. So I also want to share some work that our communications team has been engaged in, just making sure that we have standardized health and safety signage for all of our campuses and our departments, just to encourage all the practices that we want to make sure are in place for whenever we are on the campus to make sure those are intact. And so the exterior, when you come up to the school, we will have signage that lets people know that you have to make an appointment if you're a visitor. Please don't enter if you have temperature, chills, all of the, any of the symptoms that could be related to COVID-19, and also that it's required that you wear a face mask when you are entering our facilities. General reminders that we'll have on the campuses and in our offices, reminding people about social distancing and staying six feet apart from people. We'll also have some decals that we'll have on the floor, so that just as a visual reminder for our students as best we can, our staff members, to make sure that we're standing apart from each other to mitigate the possible spread of COVID-19. Some of our schools are opting to look at the traffic in the hallways and how can we reduce the student density in the hallways. So here are some signage for floor decals that can go in the hallways to note that there are one-way hallways, so students and staff members would know which direction to go. And that again, we're trying to reduce the student density in those hallways to prevent as much interaction as possible transitions. And even on the elevator, making sure we have guidelines there that students and staff members know that we are really wanting them to limit the number of staff members on the elevator to 2 at a time, and making sure that they are not facing each other. Again, these are all things that normally we might do, but just those visual reminders are going to be very important to cue that up as we go back into our physical spaces. And in our meeting spaces, just reminding people again to wear their face masks, to sit far apart when we do have to have meetings in person, to ensure again that we are being as safe as possible. So a couple of other health precautions for in-person learning. Dr. Cavazos referenced at the beginning of the conversation that we will have some in-person learning for some of our student groups. And so I'll talk to you about who those student groups are, how they were selected, and then we'll move on from there. So I shared with you last week that students and staff members will be required to complete a weekly health questionnaire, students. And that is if they're experiencing any COVID-19 symptoms, have been around anyone or exposed to anyone with the virus. We'll be able to look at the results of that questionnaire to determine whether that particular individual should come to school or stay home. And that is going to be on a very user-friendly mobile app that will be simple for our parents and or students to be able to complete. Any employees or visitors who are entering our campuses will actually have to do the daily questionnaire. And again, we reminding people that no visitors allowed on campus unless it is by appointment. And again, just to reduce the traffic and the number of people who are coming in and out of our classrooms. So we are beginning August 17th as scheduled, and we are going to offer optional in-person learning for students in specialized programs. These are students who require intensive, consistent instruction, and they need that in a structured learning sequence. So I'll talk to you about each of these programs and the number of students in our district who will be offered this opportunity if the parents, of course, choose to accept it. So here's some details about the program and the participants we are going to be offering an in-person learning experience to. Our academic and behavioral learning environment students, we call them ABLE. We have currently 11 elementary campuses who have an ABLE specialized program, 2 at the junior high level and 3 at the high school level, a total of 193 students who are enrolled in our ABLE program. When you look at alternate curriculum students, we have 22 elementary campuses, 3 junior high campuses, and 4 high school campuses that have an alternate curriculum program, and that's a total of 553 students. We also have 14 campuses who also offer the Early Childhood for Special Education program, and that's for our 3- and 4-year-olds. And so we have about 111 of those students who are registered for our Early Childhood Special Education program. We also have our regional day school program for the deaf. Although we offer that at a few campuses, we are only offering that in person to our self-contained students, and those are at Miller Elementary School, and we have 20 students. So in total, we have just shy of 900 special education students who will be offered in-person learning as an option if the parents, of course, choose to accept that option. So let's dig a little bit deeper into what that will look like. So for our special education students, they will attend classes Monday through Thursday during closure. So Monday through Thursday, 4 days of sequenced instruction. On Friday will be asynchronous instruction, which means they'll be working independently, working through Canvas modules with the support of their parents as well. All of their learning is driven by their individualized education plan. It's one of the reasons why we thought it was very important to offer in-person learning for this group of students because of the unique needs they have aligned with their IEP, and we'd be able to offer that, of course, in person. They will engage in the requisite core instructional minutes that's required by the state, either 180 if they're in kindergarten through 5th grade, and if they're in 6th through 12th grade, they will get 240 core minutes during their in-person learning experience. We, of course, will provide transportation to these students Many of them have it outlined in their IEPs. We'll offer it to those who don't even have it in their IEP as well. We'll offer meals, of course, breakfast and lunch for our students, and we will certainly have our nurse on hand at the campus, and we will have administration there to support the instructional program as well. A couple of items about the special education services. We will do our very best, again, if possible, to provide related services virtually to our students who choose not to come in person. That's for any of our special education students, and we're required to provide those services to them. Any type of evaluations, if there was a student who was in the middle of being tested for special education or a new evaluation, we will still continue to provide those by appointment only. We did much of that this summer when we tested kids on a one-on-one basis at the campus, and we'll also be able to provide that to our students as well. And then those students in the specialized classes that I shared with you on the previous slide, they will receive their related services during the instructional day, whether it's occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. Those are some of the specialized services, related services that we'll provide for them as well. So I did share last week about meals. So we're going to update this and talk about August 17th, of course, being our start date, is we're going to have meals ready and prepared for all of our students. So we will offer grab and go breakfast and lunch at 25 designated sites. Of course, make sure that students are enrolled in AISD. We have a process we're working through now to make sure that they have a barcode for elementary students to be able to scan to pick up their meals. And of course, an ID number for our secondary students would be able to likely remember those and be able to share those. We'll offer those meals twice per week for our parents to be able to pick up for their children. And then those are, of course, meals designed for them to be heated at home. All right, so we're very excited about the launch of Operation Registration. This is to ensure that the students who belong to us are enrolled in our schools, and those who are new to Arlington, that we provide a very awesome transitional experience for them to be able to register for our schools. So I wanted to provide just a real quick update by the numbers. We're continuing to get an update every single day to know how many students who've registered so far. So far, we have about 28,000 students who've registered. 24,000 of those are returning students. And you know that our projection is 59,876. So we know we still have some work to do. And sometimes parents will wait until a little bit earlier or a little bit closer to the start of school before they register. We're going to try to get a jump start and get them in a little bit earlier. So one of the things that we're asking parents when they do register their student is, would they want in-person learning or virtual learning? And as you can see here, we have about 47% of those who've registered so far have opted for in-person learning, and 53% have opted for virtual learning. And so this is important information for us as we continue to register students and we continue to make plans in the future to know what percentage of our students are likely to come back in person so we can make additional plans for that transition as well. So our Operation Registration has a couple of goals. And so one of those, of course, is to make sure that our parents are able to navigate the virtual campus registration process with ease. We certainly want to increase our student enrollment. We know how important that is to all of the districts and certainly for Arlington. And then making sure that our parents, if they have any kind of challenges or concerns with that virtual registration process, that we're able to really jump on that and help them to make that a lot easier for them. So here are a few ways that we are supporting campuses, and just to share that with you, we're offering virtual or in-person support. So our parents, of course, most of them are registering virtually. We do know there may be an opportunity they may need to make an appointment at the school to bring documents to the school, or may opt to do in-person registration. And campuses will be taking appointments one at a time to make sure we're able to space our folks out and make sure that we're following our safety protocols and guidelines. We have, our teams have basically galvanized, our campuses have galvanized teams to work collectively to support that process. And I'll walk you through what some of that looks like in just a moment. And then of course, this year we're doing lots virtually. So we're gonna host virtual sneak peeks and meet the teachers so parents still feel connected to their teacher, and students do as well, even though it will be virtually for almost all of our students. As far as student schedules, this will be campus driven. So most of our campuses are going to opt for emailing schedules. There may be some that may arrange for a drive-through pickup of schedule as well. So students will be able to have access to that as a way to really motivate them to register early. They'll be able to get their schedule and of course be ready to begin our instruction on August 17th. As far as communication processes, we know how important it is that parents are connected and that our campus leaders also have access to as much information as possible to help support this process. And so we've created an operation registration toolkit for campuses so they would have access to those resources. Our district website, web page is up to support that registration process as well. And then our parent and community engagement department is in the process of creating online videos to really be able to walk parents through that process in English and Spanish to be able to provide that support for them as well. So here is a brief timeline. We thought it was very important that we had a timeline of when we're going to start being more, I guess, assertive in our approach to getting parents to register their students. Our virtual registration launches on Monday, August 3rd. We do know that we've had, as I mentioned, 24,000 who've already registered. By August 7th, if there are any students who've not yet enrolled, who we're expecting them to enroll, that's when we're going to activate those campus teams to start making contact with families. We created a script for our campuses to be able to read and share with parents, as well as additional resources and a toolkit for parents who need support in registering. By August 21st, if there are students who have not enrolled, we're going to start that home visit process, really going to knock on their door, putting a door hanger to make sure they know, hey, we miss you in our classes. Here's an opportunity for you to register. Please call us so we can help you. And then of course, we know that we are still collecting our student documents. If they're new to AISD, that will be due before the first day. If they're returning, they have just about a month to submit those documents to us. So registration, during that process, we are also assessing technology needs. So we're asking parents, do you have access to technology? Do you have Wi-Fi or the internet? That's important that we know that so we can gauge what type of resources that we need to provide to our students. And so now Operation Connectivity will be able to speak to how we're going to leverage support and funding from the state to be able to get more technology into the hands of our students. So Operation Connectivity is a partnership between our governor, Dallas ISD, and TEA to make sure that our over 5 million public school students have not only a device, but they have reliable internet connection. With our rigorous virtual learning processes, we know that it's important that they have the connectivity that's powerful and that's going to be able to keep them connected throughout their lessons. And so Operation Connectivity is addressing topics such as technology, policy, and providing a pathway for our education agencies locally to connect with their students. So here's the program scope and funding for Operation Connectivity. The state of Texas received $200 million. The state of Texas is providing $200 million to TEA through the CARES Act to help us get e-learning devices and also internet capability for our students. And they are matching 50% of all dollars that we spend with our program, and an interlocal agreement is required for this purpose. And we'll talk about that agreement in just a moment, but a 50% match of what we spend, we're gonna also get that matched by Operation Connectivity. So what we are submitting for AISD is we would like to purchase 5,000 Dell Chromebooks that will cost roughly $1.275 million, 200 iPads that will cost about $77,000. We are purchasing 5,000 Verizon hotspots that will total about $900,000. Again, we are collecting that data from our students and families to know who needs those hotspots to make sure on the very first day of instruction that we do our best to get those hotspots in their hands. So the total is about $2.252 million. with that 50% match, we're out of pocket about $1.126 million. So the funding source to be able to leverage and provide this technology to our students is coming from our 2014 surplus technology bond funds and our 2019 technology bond funds to be able to get that equipment into the hands of our students. So with that being said, we are recommending that the board approves the resolution to enter into the Operation Connectivity Interlocal Acquisition Agreement and authorize the superintendent and other appropriate district personnel to take all necessary actions under such agreement. So now we're going to move from technology, it's connected, to our learning schedules. I shared last week some information about how those schedules are going to look. Dr. Wirtz actually did. And so now we're going to provide you a couple of samples of those learning schedules since we are going to begin mostly in a virtual learning environment. So as far as the scheduling overview, it was important that we design master schedules that allow schools to pivot between in-person and virtual learning. Even though we're starting virtually, there will be a time we come back face-to-face and want to make sure we're able to quickly adjust and transition to either face-to-face learning or virtual learning. Teachers will share their daily schedules with the parents and students so they have access and know when teacher has a planning schedule, when a teacher's in PLC, and they'll have virtual office hours also, so they'll know when is appropriate time to reach out to their teacher for additional support or questions that they might have. The schedule is designed for asynchronous, which is our not live instruction. However, there will be opportunities at every level for synchronous instruction. That will be, of course, our live instruction. And just to provide a couple of items to share an overview of what that schedule will entail. The teacher, again, will provide their daily schedule to parents and students. Our pre-K through 5th grade teachers will provide at least 180 core instructional minutes. We know how important our specials and fine arts are to our students, and so our students in elementary, of course, would still have access to those classes like they normally would. However, most of it will be asynchronous instruction. As far as that learning schedule goes for elementary teachers will have at least 1 hour of daily planning every single day, and they'll have at least 2 hours of PLC meetings each week. That'll be time for them to meet with their grade level, with their department, to look at student data, to look at lessons, to collaborate on lessons as well. We've built in those extra 2 hours for them during the week. Students would also have access to intervention and enrichment support if there are students who are struggling with the content or need additional support. That is also built into the elementary schedule. Teachers will, even though they're teaching virtually, some might choose to utilize their classroom. They may have access to their resources in their classroom, materials, maybe the internet connection might be more solid. And so teachers will have the option to work in their classroom. Again, that is as long as they're following our strict safety guidelines and protocols when they are in the building. So here's a sample of possibly a student schedule. Now, what we've done is we provided models to campus principals, and we provided the, the expectations and the guideposts and allowed them to be able to modify those schedules as needed for their campuses, as long as they are making sure they're leaning into the required minutes as required by TEA. So here's a sample of a 1st grade elementary schedule. So you may start with an opening activity or a daily focus. That could be synchronous, where the teacher is meeting with the students, saying a good morning, doing their morning message. That's possible during that block of time. And again, they would have 180 minutes of core instruction. So that would give them 1 hour of language arts, 1 hour of mathematics, and 1 hour of science and social studies combined. So for this language arts instruction, if I'm a student, a 1st grade student, and at 8:30, I know that I have language arts, it is possible during the first part of that language arts lesson, that block, that the teacher might engage in a whole group lesson. That whole group lesson might be synchronous. So we are recommending, of course, our students are logging on for synchronous instruction. If for some reason at 8:30, a child cannot log on for synchronous instruction, they will not be penalized. They would still have access to the content because it will be recorded and they'll be able to access that. So that's one way we're trying to help mitigate students who might not be able to log on at the exact time that the teacher is engaged in synchronous instruction. You'll see from 9:30 to 10:30, we have either a brain break or a social emotional lesson, a learning lesson that could be from our counselor, and it could be from any other rotation we might have with computer technology, or it might just be a brain break during that time. From 10:30 to 11, if I'm a first grader, I have independent work and online learning. Again, because most learning is asynchronous, that may be a block of time they continue to engage in instruction for the day. 11 to 12, mathematics, whole group and small group. It's very important that students have access to small group instruction. We know how important that is. And even virtually, we are expecting our teachers to engage in small group instruction. Lunch is scheduled. You'll see they have a specials rotation here. And then from 1:30 to 2:30 is an opportunity for a teacher to engage in intervention time, enrichment as well. It could be asynchronous, it could be synchronous as well. And then the last part of the day for science and social studies, if I was a first grader and this was my schedule. So one thing to note about asynchronous instruction for this sample, there's an opportunity for at least 60 minutes of synchronous instruction, but no more than 90 minutes per day. We thought it was important to set a threshold so we didn't have some who had 10 minutes of synchronous time and others who may have 3 or 4 hours of synchronous time. Wanted to make sure we provided a threshold for all of our levels of learning with this schedule. So let's talk about secondary for just a moment. For secondary, they're required to have 240 instructional minutes, and for TEA's requirement, that does include 6th grade, even though 6th grade is at the elementary level in Arlington. Junior high is going to be on a regular 7-period schedule like they normally are, but they will have synchronous instructional opportunities on a rotating AB block, which I'll show you in just a moment. High school will continue to use their AB block schedule, and we'll talk about that instruction as well. And they will have their regular planning and PLC schedule that will remain unchanged. They also will provide intervention and small group student support for any struggling student or student who needs to be enriched. So here's an example of a half-day junior high schedule. It's actually 7 periods. I just wanted to highlight the first part of this. So from an 8th grade student, at 8:45 to 9:15, I might have intervention and enrichment. Plus period is what we call it here in Arlington. Might be a time for me to have my homeroom instruction, get support from my teacher, engage in asynchronous or synchronous instruction during the first 30 minutes. And I have little brain breaks. And if this was a face-to-face schedule, those brain breaks would actually be transitions in the hallway. So that shows you how we'll be able to pivot back to when we come back to our in-person learning. 9:20 to 10:10, I would have my period 1. Now where it says A day and B day, let me just kind of walk through that. Even though they have 7 periods every single day, they will only be able to engage in synchronous learning if you're on A day or B day. So if it's my A day schedule, I'll have 4 opportunities for synchronous instruction. On my B day, I'll have 4 opportunities for synchronous instruction. So that's pretty much the structure of our junior high. So they have to have at least 25 minutes of synchronous instruction every day, every period, excuse me, with no more than 100 minutes per day. Again, having a threshold for students and for teachers to engage in synchronous learning. All right, let's check out high school. So high school is on a traditional block schedule. So again, we have those brain breaks built in. That is a transition schedule if they were face-to-face. They have their regular class periods as normal. The only difference there is with asynchronous instruction, we have an opportunity for at least 60 minutes of synchronous instruction with no more than 140 minutes per day. Okay, so now I'd like to just spend a few minutes talking about how we're prepping schools and making sure our campus leaders have a toolkit of knowing what they need, what resources they need, how to schedule, all those kinds of things that are challenging while they're juggling multiple balls in the air. So the campus toolkit includes a principal's FAQ. So what we're doing is every single day we're updating the FAQ as questions come in from principals or information may change or shift. We want to make sure that they have the information as soon as possible. So that FAQ is a part of their toolkit. Principals also were able to work with area superintendents to create a checklist. So let's create a back to school checklist for virtual learning and for face-to-face learning and go through what are all the things we need to make sure we have done and complete to launch on August 17th. And so the school opening checklist is a part of their toolkit, and that was designed again by our principals in collaboration with the area superintendent. Virtual learning resources that they may need to provide learning for their teachers and students, and then parent communication templates. And I'll show you what one of those might look like in just a moment. So one thing that we definitely think is super important is that parents know exactly when they should hear from teachers. So how can we create a template or an cadence to that time and frequency of teacher to parent contact? And so we thought it was very important that we have a template. And so we have a template for elementary, junior high, and high school. I'm still in editing form right now, but here's a sample of what one could look like. So here's for the Bowie volunteers. You'll see if I'm a 10th grade English student, I know this is the week of September 14th through the 18th. Here's an overview of what I'm going to learn during my AB block schedule. Here are learning objectives. Here, if I need tutoring, here are the times my teacher is available to provide support for me online, my virtual office hours as a teacher. And this template will be mailed to parents by Friday at 4 p.m. So every Friday, parents will expect to receive a communique from their teachers, child's teachers, regardless of level, to give them an idea and overview of what they can expect in the coming week. We think this is super important that teachers and parents are connected in the learning and students have an overall sense of what is to come as they're engaged in asynchronous instruction for the first, at least the first 4 weeks of school. So technology, I shared with you earlier about Operation Connectivity. So I just wanted to highlight that we'll be passing out technology the week of August 10th. We now have access, at least to those who've registered, who needs technology. We'll make sure they have that in hand that week, and the campus will be distributing those during that week as well. We also, during that week, will be issuing consumable workbooks. We do have some content and grade levels who do have those. Want to make sure as much as possible that we get those in the hands of our students before school starts. Pre-K students will receive paper-based packets to aid them in their support of their learning, and that will be distributed during the same week as well. And I've also mentioned the barcodes for student meals. That'll all be the week of August 10th. All right, so that is week 2's update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Okay, I see Dr. Reich's hand. Dr. Reich.
Thank you very much, President Mays. Dr. Brown, thank you for that information. Very, very comprehensive and great additions from our meeting from last week. I have a suggestion, President Mays. We do have Dr. Simmons here with us as well, and she's here to resource to answer any questions that we may have, along with this presentation with Dr. Brown. And what I would like to suggest and do is offer us as a board an opportunity to visit with Dr. Simmons and ask any questions we may have in the interest of her time, so that then she can get on with the rest of her evening, being a very busy physician herself, if that's okay with you and the board. And then we can circle back around to ask specific questions of Dr. Brown's presentation.
Okay, that sounds good to me, Dr. Reich.
Okay, and so Dr. Simmons, thank you so much for being here this evening. We really, really appreciate it. I requested that you be here with us being in the decision-making role. I think it's very, very important that we hear firsthand and get clarifications firsthand from you as our Arlington Health Authority. With that said, before I ask any questions, I just want to personally thank you for your work and everything that you have been doing over the past many months, personally and professionally with this pandemic. I know it's not an easy lift. You're an emergency physician. You're on the front line of this. You know more than anybody in the experience of what's happening with this pandemic in our community. And so your time is extremely valuable to all of us. And to me, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do, for your work, for being one of our true healthcare heroes. Really appreciate that. So with that said, I know that there's, again, in the interest of time, there's a lot of questions that we probably all have. There's likely many that you don't have the answers to just because of where we are right now. And so don't for a second think that this is an opportunity for us to just dig deep and grill and that type of thing. That is not the intent of this board, of me personally, for certain. But I do want to bring up some questions and clarification points that your expertise will allow. And with that said, I know, really, with politics aside, everybody has an opinion on what has happened in the recent hours. Really, there may be a technical agreement that maybe some people would have or not with our General Paxton's letter or opinion, whatever it formally is. But ultimately, we are the elected body of this school district. And so I have no problem, nor do my colleagues have any problem working through this and taking point on this. So it's not my intent to throw barbs at anybody. Everybody is flexing and pivoting constantly. It's a difficult situation for anybody to be in, from our governor down to us. So with that said, there's been a lot of talk. We had speakers kind of talk to it, but ultimately, even though the order is technically it's out, it's null and void. As far as the content and the data that went into that, has your opinion changed with any of that, or are you still pretty resolute in agreement with what that order stated?
Thank you, Dr. Wright. My opinion has not changed. That order was based on the data and the science that we see as public health authorities. That's what I'm charged to do as the public health authority, is to look at the data objectively, evaluate, assess as a physician and as the health authority what I believe the risks to be, and make decisions based on that data. The data in Arlington and the data in the Dallas-Fort Worth area has not changed substantively since that order was released. And my opinions about the content now, as opinions, not as an order, but my opinions have not otherwise been altered.
Very good. Thank you for that. I certainly appreciate that. And I don't know that we'll necessarily want to get into right now a situation report where we are. I'm interested, but I want to reserve that for some other time. Perhaps other trustees may have that as a question. Overall, just for clarifiers, and you're not really supposed to ask a question you already know the answer to, but I think it's important for all of us to hear this as a governing body and those that are listening. So as far as all of the safety protocols with social distancing, PPE, remote instruction, it's not to eliminate the spread, rather to slow or flatten the curve and not overwhelm hospital capacity. Is that an incorrect statement, or is that essentially still what we're striving to do in the community?
No, you're absolutely correct. In fact, looking at hospitalization rates is one of the primary things that we as health authorities look at in conjunction with a multitude of other factors. And so certainly the rates of hospitalization, the rates of critical care, the longevity of this pandemic, and the anticipated longevity of the pandemic moving forward into a potential flu season, into a winter season, those were all taken into consideration.
Okay, very good. Very good. I think with everything that we're bombarded with media, social media, and so much information available, it's very common to have confusion and have different perspectives out there, and fact versus opinion. So I appreciate that we're talking fact versus opining. Do you have any information as far as the data to support any lack of transmission at this point from children to adults? There's a lot out there that's been coming out that the children are, I don't know the exact percentage. I think it's around 40% could be asymptomatic, but still be carriers. There's definitely some seriousness in disease, but for the most part, it's more of an asymptomatic situation, thankfully. But there's been talk about different age groups and their viral load and capacity to be able to spread that to at-risk employees, in our case, family members, et cetera. Is there any data at this point to speak to that, or is there not any real controlled data to do that yet?
There is one large study that has been published. In fact, it was just published recently, that does indicate that children are absolutely capable of transmitting the disease to other children as well as to other adults. Certainly, the data showed that from age 10 and up, the risk of transmission is the same as it would be from adult to adult. Under the age of 10, there were fewer numbers, but the data also indicates that there is a possibility of transmission from a small child under the age of 10 to another child or to an adult.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the coming weeks and months, for sure. There is a bit of irony, and I know you're on the front lines with this as well. Everybody's trying to get a handle on this, and there's so much conflicting guidance, conflicting or asymmetry, I guess, between what we're trying to do and opening up economically and different things that are happening regarding capacity limitations out in public, whether it be at restaurants or wherever. And at the same time, we know that in high instances of close proximity is where we're at greatest risk, and we're still obviously in a remote situation. I think at the federal and state levels, most bodies are meeting this way, and it just seems very frustrating for me as one trustee to think that with all that going on, that we're still having the conversation around the state of individual opportunities to bring 700 children, 4,000 individuals to a closed confined campus for multiple hours a day. So I think it's very important and timely to have this discussion. I'm so happy that you're here. Now, I'm not looking for threshold information at this point. I'm very interested in threshold information as far as what the cut points and action thresholds would be to close a classroom, a school, an entire district when we are back in person, what that looks like with social distancing, building capacities, all of those things. Those are things we certainly need to discuss moving forward. But ahead of that, so two things. One, we have had different information and pivots from our DSHS and the governor and the county and TEA, and that just it's going to continue to happen. In your role, you're part of this group waiting to see from above, basically, who's going to be the one to put those items together as far as those thresholds, what that looks like. And I'm sure that you're probably frustrated in that as well, because it's so fluid, there's constant movement. Can you describe for us who really is at the point, at the helm of coordinating that, of doing that in the state? Obviously, we have our governor, and we have the DHHS and the task force to reopen. Who are you looking to hear from and be in the Zoom meetings to say, okay, here's what we're going to do? Because we don't have that right now from anybody. And for me, I'm a health professional. I'm the only health professional on this board, doctor of pharmacy, in full disclosure, not a physician. But I know that there's things that we have in our realm of possibility, and I'm probably more qualified, not to condescend, but as a health professional on this governing body, but we're not in the position to make these calls and set these thresholds. So we're very anxious for our community, and we know that so goes the district, so goes the community. And we have such large numbers, 60,000, as they just said, students, and multiply that out to all the family members and all the other contacts. So we're looking at just contact tracing like crazy. Everybody wants to know who makes those calls, and I'm certainly willing to get the feedback and the advice so that I can officially make those motions, make that call. But we're certainly not the ones that have that ability and that skill set. So can you describe who is that, what body that is, or it's possible maybe you don't know? We just don't know.
Well, as you mentioned before, these are new times for all of us. We can learn from history. We can learn from the Spanish flu of 1918. We can learn from previous pandemics. But these are new times for all of us. And I think that this is a collaborative effort. I'm not sure that there's any one body or any one individual or any one group of people that is solely charged with making that sort of a decision. Since this pandemic began in the city of Arlington, we have been involved with local leaders. We've been involved with our city leaders, with social groups, with political groups, with multitude of, with Dr. Cavazos, with the school districts as well, with our hospital partners. We've been involved at state levels with Dr. Hellerstedt, with our governor, even at national levels. In meetings, from my perspective as a health authority, in conjunction with the CDC, in conjunction with the president's plan for reopening. So I believe that we have some amazing, brilliant minds, not only certainly in Arlington, absolutely, positively in Arlington. And my sole focus as the health authority of Arlington is what I feel is best for the health and for the safety of our citizens and our community in Arlington. But I think we have amazing capacities at multitudes of levels, at our Tarrant County government, at our state government, at our national government. And we have to draw from the best practices and best ideas for what we think is best for our community. We will not agree with everything. We will not agree with all of the decisions that are made, but I think we have to do the best that we can. And that's my approach, I think, is to do the best that I can with the information that I have and draw from strong, solid resources, strong, solid research, strong, solid, brilliant minds to come up with the best solutions that we have the ability to be able to make.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And yes, I've been incredibly pleased with Arlington at all levels. Love this community, love what our leadership has been doing, and first responders. So it sounds like there's certainly opportunity for us to continue to be engaged with that, help determine what that looks like, because that is a point that you kind of touched upon, which does need to be said, that there is no one size fits all. We are all different sizes and shapes as far as our community makeup and demographic, et cetera. So it's it is very important for everybody to understand that this isn't, and this is kind of a difficult thing, not to get off on a tangent, but you know, from the TEA, they're doing as much as they can, as much as people would like to knock them and our commissioner. That the reality is they're also in a situation of, do we do a one size fits all, and it turns out that it doesn't fit very many. So I appreciate that. So with that said, you know, I don't think as a governing body the latent or lagging indicators are they're certainly important, but for us, as far as reopening and having in person and really looking and developing what those thresholds may be, the leading indicators, my assumption would be it would be positivity rate and maybe the ICU bed capacity. So A, is that correct? B, are there other indicators? And then just on a side note regarding the positivity rate, you know, there's a lot of people that say, well, positivity rate, even that is subject to interpretation, because it all depends on the number of tests. And if you do a larger number of tests, you're potentially going to have a lower positivity rate versus if you have a smaller sample size. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it just like we have. And so if you could kind of address that as our medical professional as well.
Absolutely. So the one thing that we do look at critically is hospitalization rates as opposed to actual overall positivity rates. Now that being said, we look at both. I don't disclude positivity rates, but hospitalization rates and particularly critical care rates are a really important indicator of how many people are sick, and they're irrespective of testing numbers. So it doesn't matter if we test 100 people, if we've got 50 of those that are sick in the hospital, there's 50 of those that are sick in the hospital. And it doesn't matter how many people we test. So we monitor those in the city of Arlington on a daily basis. I get reports every single morning of how many people are in our hospitals, how many people are in critical care in our hospitals, and how many people are under investigation, what we call a person under investigation or being evaluated for COVID. And that's one of the things that we evaluate every day. We do trend positivity rates. We do trend positivity rates by location, by zip code. We do trend them as well by race and by demographics so that we can serve our underserved populations and serve areas and increase testing in areas that may have higher positivity rates. So those are all things that the city is routinely following. We're also trending those cases as well to see if we have rising number of cases and a lower number of cases. We trend those over 7-day time periods so that one particular day doesn't influence those trends. We trend them, we have a 7-day rolling average that we look at those cases. So there's really, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's really a number of different factors that we look at to see whether we have an increased disease prevalence or a decreased disease prevalence, or whether we're stabilizing out. Clearly, currently in our community, we've seen some stabilization of the hospitalization, which has just been recently. For the last month, we've seen a dramatic increase in the hospitalization rates in Dallas, in Tarrant County, in Fort Worth, and also in Arlington. That has just begun to stabilize. I think what we have seen is where we've made it through the holidays that happened in May, the first part of June, a little bit of through July 4th, and we hope that that will continue.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen those, and you know, to your credit and Chief Krausen, you guys have just done an amazing job, and I so appreciate Mayor Williams and his leadership in all of this as well. So just thank you for all of that. It will be great to see that 7-day rolling average continue to dip to a point where hopefully we have a discussion to establish what that threshold is to go, okay, maybe now we can let all kids in, or let 25% in, or 50% in, and that's something that, you know, we'll have to have more discussions about. think as a governing body even have that authority to say we can only have 25% allowed. So there's more probably political football things to happen in the future. So we don't need to digress there. So with that said, an underpinning statement would be masks seem to be effective and working because of this, right?
I would agree. I would agree. Masks are seem to be effective. And if we look at even our own local numbers, since Judge Whitley instituted a mask order, we have seen a decrease in the number of cases that have occurred. And so I think politics taken out, masks reduce transmission. And if we're both wearing a mask, it dramatically reduces transmission. And I think it just needs to become, my hope is it would just become another piece of article of clothing that you would wear. You get dressed in the morning, you put your shirt on, you put your mask on, and it just becomes part of who you are. There's so many amazing masks out there that have so much personality and creativity to them. It's just another part of who we are, unfortunately, in this time.
Yeah, yeah. As we know, until there's a vaccine or multiple companies providing it, we're going to be having to learn to live with this. With that said, this is kind of an aside, but just curious, a lot of people, and we have them ordered in on supply on hand in our district, face shields versus face masks. I mean, the data clearly supports masks, and for you and me together, that would definitely be the protocol. Is there any data out there at this point that has been done, any studies that have been done regarding the face shields? I mean, it's pretty apparent to me that if somebody has just immediate droplet, it's going to probably get caught by that shield. But any kind of a cough, a sneeze, obviously the vortex of air is going to go out. So I don't see it as an all by itself, but I was just curious if if there have been any actual studies done.
No, I think to your point, I haven't seen an actual study, but if you're speaking about a face shield that actually doesn't cover the nose and mouth, then of course you can still inhale. Face shields are more used in scenarios where you would expect aerosolization. And so at times when there might be coughing, sneezing, that sort of thing, that would be into the eyes. That's more what face shields are beneficial for. My recommendation would be not that face shields would replace face masks. Face masks are important to cover the nose, to cover the mouth, and prevent those droplets from coming into contact with you. And so they're sort of for different purposes. For what our purposes, I believe, and what we're speaking with today, I think face masks are probably what most people would need, unless they are in a scenario where they would come in contact with somebody who would be coughing, spitting, secretions of that nature.
Okay, so in those situations, it would be good for our district to work on making sure that there's protocol in place for face shields and/or goggles to prevent the transmission into the eyes. Potentially.
That would be a consideration. Yes.
Okay. Very good. In the future, I'd love to discuss more regarding the specific thresholds with any kind of COVID positive protocol. And I know you've already done a great deal of work with the district on that. What happens if a student in a classroom, or a teacher or a coach or whatever, what happens, is that for that room to be shut down for those students? Are they there? Do they go home? Et cetera. So in the interest of time, we don't have to get into that level of granularity at this point, but it is something that I know our community is very interested in, and something that we should certainly collaborate to push out that information for our community. And that's also kind of related to, again, some of the conflicting information, the mixed signals, if you will, where UIL, they have released their guidance with District 5 and 6A size to push a few weeks in, and to hold off on activity as far as games, versus smaller district size, they can go business as usual. And as a health professional, it doesn't really coalesce with me, because it's the same number of staff and students on the team, in a football environment. mixing and having that close contact. So I don't really know what the thought process there is, but my point is it's just one more level of question and concern that I've heard from our community, from our district personnel. You know, if the athletics happen and a coach that is also attending a PLC, if it happens to be on campus, what happens if they are COVID positive? Do all those teachers go out? These are very granular, but specific things that we need to address as we look at opening. So I think it's really important that we are in this mode and position of virtual with what we are allowed to at this point with the TEA at 4 weeks, and that it's still aligned in the spirit of what you recommended as our health authority. So I really thank you for that. I have no problem supporting what our district is doing in this regard. There's a lot of districts, and I'm not going to name one or put anybody under a bus, but there's different things happening since yesterday, as far as changes in start dates and coming in person versus not. And for me as an individual, I've always pushed that as an individual, as a healthcare provider, which is how I live and was trained, you make data-driven decisions. And that was actually kind of a hard pill for many to swallow when I first came on this board a long time ago now. But I believe that although the 4 weeks, some may say, well, that's kind of arbitrary. It may be, it may not be. The way I'm looking at it is with you as our health authority and us as a governing body to make this decision and to support our superintendent and district in their path and their decision. It's really important for us to get that data, get that information provided from you directly as the health authority, so that we as a group can coalesce and make that data-driven decision versus, again, what in my opinion with other places kind of still seems arbitrary. And I just don't think that's the way to go. We need the science and the data to drive this. So I completely support you, Dr. Cavazos, and the district and the plan. It's not easy. There are many people that are split with this, lots of different issues, and I get that. And our job as the elected governing body is to be the conduit between the community and the district. And the best that we can do in a very tough situation in representing the community is to ask as many questions as possible of the experts so that we can make that informed decision. So I don't have anything more for you right now, Dr. Simmons. I will say, President Mays, I'm very interested in the consideration of us moving perhaps forward with an ad hoc committee of the board to set up more frequent meetings with Dr. Simmons and others that we can determine at another time. But just so that we're more in close communication and contact, so that we do have the best informed data to move forward with. So I hope you would be open to that consideration, Dr. Simmons. I know you're very busy and you don't need anything else on your plate. But since this is in our authority now, very specifically, I want to make sure that we're doing the right things for our community. As I said, as so goes our district, so goes our community. So again, I thank you for your time. I will yield my questions for Dr. Brown and yield my taking over this floor here. So thank you very much to you, and thank you, President Mays.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Are there any other trustees that have specific questions of Dr. Simmons? Yes, Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. I just want to thank Dr. Simmons again for all of her help. It's very reassuring to very many of us who are not MDs or in the medical profession that we have her expertise. Thank you so much. I just have two clarification questions. We had some speakers this evening, and there were two comments that didn't jive with what I kind of thought was the facts. So I would appreciate her weighing in on these two questions. One speaker said that there had not, according to the CDC, there had not been any children who had died from COVID. And I just wondered if that was true or if she had any input on that.
That's not correct.
I thought there was one even at Cook's Children recently. Is that?
There is a recent pediatric death that did happen in the Dallas area.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that I had that correct. And the second question is, one of the speakers commented on how well other countries had done starting school without any problems, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just wondering how, what the difference was in their situation and the situation here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
There's a lot of different models, and there's not any one particular model that has been uniformly successful. First of all, the cultures are completely different in so many different parts of the world and different parts of these schools. Some of the cultures are very closed. Some of them have very strictly enforced mask mandates. Some of them have very strictly enforced social isolation and distancing mandates. Some of them have very different school and educational institutional structures. So I don't think it's easy to apply a single country's model to what we have in Arlington. Certainly, I think we should absolutely look at their data and see if they have any best practices or things that they've done well that we could take a look at that we might be able to employ. But I'm not sure that there's a single one country that's done everything right with regards to school openings that we could just extrapolate from.
Well, I think many of those countries are doing much more testing, you know, for COVID, and had done a better job of flattening the curve, you know, of cases before they tried to open schools. So my 2 cents. Thank you so much, and best of luck, and please stay well.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Any other trustees with questions of Dr. Simmons? Yes, Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays, and thank you, Dr. Simmons, and also thank you, Dr. Reich, for inviting her and allowing us that are not medical professionals to defer to your expertise in asking the majority of questions that I had and more. I do have 2 real quick questions. I don't want to, Dr. Simmons, you're a trooper. You've stayed with us all these hours, but I'll be brief. My first question, if I may ask, one of the things I'm concerned with in terms of timing of reopening is the Labor Day holiday weekend. We saw in the past, in Memorial Day and 4th of July, where we had a spike in cases around the country. Is that a concern that we should, as a district, in terms of making our decision on timing of when to come back? And if we were going to make that decision, given the incubation period for this virus, if that is a concern and we would like to time that for after that, how long should we give after the holiday weekend to feel confident we can measure if there was a spike or if it is safe to go back to in person?
So our original intent with our order was to go to September 28th. And I think I would stay with that date in terms of a best assessment after Labor Day. The Labor Day holiday is a concern. If we look historically at Mother's Day, at Memorial Day, at Father's Day, at the events that have occurred mid-May to mid-June, those events, we saw increase in cases subsequent to those events, July 4th as well. So what we look at is a disease cycle, which is 14 days. And so our original intent was to allow, if the 7th is Labor Day, to allow those 14 days plus another 7 days to evaluate and see how many people had become sick as a result of the Labor Day holiday. Then you would be able to run some real epidemiologic numbers and see what the incidence was. So I guess my best suggestion would be about 3 weeks subsequent to the holiday.
Thank you very, very much for that. That's very helpful. And I think it's helpful for those that might be listening at home to hear that as well. The other thing, and this might be, you know, if you're not comfortable answering this kind of line of questioning, I totally understand. But I was wondering if you had any knowledge on the fact that there's been a lot about the aerosolization of the virus, and in terms of being a vector for how infectious this particular virus is, and if you know of best practices that school districts like us can institute to make the air safer, things such as using MERV 13 or 15 filters in the filtration systems. And this might be out of your expertise, and if it is, you know, I understand. But if you do have any expertise in that area and feel comfortable sharing your thoughts, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I actually have resources. I use people that are smarter than me and in different areas to help with that sort of thing. There are definitely options. There are definitely alternatives. And I would defer to their expertise, but we can discuss those, I think, at a future date with more specific details.
All right, thank you. I know that's been a big concern. I was in a parent meeting last night with a number of parents in North Arlington, and that came up as a concern for our parents. And so that's, anyway, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilbanks. Any other questions from trustees for Dr. Simmons? Okay, I don't see any. Dr. Simmons, once again, thank you very much for being here to answer questions for us this evening. There were definitely some good questions asked and very insightful answers. And just off your point, we are all smart enough to know that we need to include people that are smarter than we are when we're making decisions on behalf of our whole community. So we are right there with you on that. I do not have any questions, but I will say this. We appreciate the information that you have. I love how you discussed how many other resources you're actually using in your practice daily, which means that when we come to you for our questions, that's that many more resources that we're actually getting from one person. So we look forward to continuing to have this relationship and have these conversations and utilize the information and the data that you're giving us scientifically to know exactly how we continue to make decisions for the district. So with that being said, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, President Mays.
All right, have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, do I have any trustees now that have questions of Dr. Brown for her presentation?
I do, but I'll defer to others, saying I hogged the first up the last time.
No, you go first.
Okay. Dr. Reich.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues and President Mays. So Dr. Brown, the great presentation. Thank you for waiting in the wings for us and indulging us. So just not too many questions. Very great information. I really appreciate the additional information, the more specifics from our line of questions from last week, and you provided a great level more clarity on that. So thank you. The screening app, the mobile app that you discussed for students or parents. So will that be available in multiple language, representative of our student body? Number one, related to that, I don't know if there's ADA requirements for visually impaired, if that's also something that's included, or something we is worked out through other avenues. If you could address that.
Okay, I'm not sure about the additional languages. Eric, if you're standing by, would you, or do you have that information you might be able to chime in?
Yes, thank you for the question, Board President Mays, Dr. Cavazos. That we can accommodate languages. I'm not sure how many we can accommodate, and it follows standard practices for the ability for accessibility features. So we have, once we start implementing, we'll see how far we can go with those features.
Okay, I appreciate that. And obviously, Spanish and Vietnamese are our two, next to English, most populous language learners. So I would hope at least those, if not some others. So thank you, I appreciate that. It's great that we have that. Just if you, Dr. Brown, could touch on what does the with the special ed population, the very limited number of individuals as far as students that would be on campus, what does that look like as far as distancing for the students?
So we're going to do our best to social distance. We know that with a smaller number of students, we're going to be able to do that well. So with those particular specialized programs, the ratio of teacher to student is 10 to 1. So in some of those programs, we have anywhere between 4 students to 13 students if all showed up. So we know, once we know exactly how many students we have, we'll put the appropriate measures in place to social in the classrooms with the teachers as well.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's what all of this is really about, in my opinion. You know, everybody should be masked up, and we should employ social distancing wherever possible. And as I said with Dr. Simmons, when we've got 700 to 4,000 individuals on a campus, and to break that down to an elementary classroom where the smallest would be 22, let's say, individuals at 50% capacity, that's 10, 11 individuals in those classrooms. Even that doesn't really work. So yeah, we've got a lot to cover as far as that goes. So, and I do appreciate the registration status check and the 53% virtual, 47% in person. I think that's very important. It will serve us well moving forward. That is a fluid metric, and it'll be interesting to see what that continues to move towards. It seems to me that in the communications that I'm getting, it pretty much matches. It's real close right now on individuals that have reached out to me. I have met and spoken with so many via, whether that's parents or educators. It's definitely a hard split, tough decision. That's a tough place to be in. The operation connectivity. So that's wonderful. That's a great utilization. I appreciate our governor and TEA in partnering. From the funding perspective, a 50% match, that gets us something. We all know this is going to be very expensive overall, and that combined with other indicators lends us to some of our other discussion that's on the agenda this evening. So it's something. It's very well appreciated, and it's certainly going to help us a lot. And with the goal, I really appreciate that at the state level, they do recognize that the connectivity is what is important in this situation. For now, whether it's regarding in-person and opening versus what may happen in the future, just long-term planning, it's the right thing to do for our Texas communities, certainly here in Arlington. So just wanted to say that. Related to that, for our portion, and this might be a question for maybe Ms. Moss. I see her on the screen here, or Ms. Powell, or somebody else. For our portion that would be sourced by the 14 or 19 technology bond funds. Is that something that will require a board action before you can do it, or can you already do it?
So I'll take that one. Yes, Dr. Reich, there is an action required, and we made a recommendation, I think, as part of Dr. Brown's presentation, that the board approve a resolution tonight that would allow us to execute the interlocal agreement that's required to make that purchase. The state is making a massive purchase on behalf of school districts across the state, and they're leveraging the buying power of all of us. And they are taking care of the bid requirements for this purchase. School districts, though, still have to have the mechanism in place to procure these items in accordance with our own policies and through this other governmental agency being TEA. So that's the action that we were asking the board to take this evening to give us the authority to go forward with that.
So my question, I appreciate that. My question actually was more specific to our share of it that we would utilize out of bond funds from the 14 and the 19 bond. Do we have to vote on that for that allocation?
Those funds are there. We have in 2014 actually a good balance, a very sizable balance of some technology funds where we've accomplished everything that the technology division had planned to do with their 2014 bond funds, and still have some dollars left available to us. And so those dollars are already there. There's nothing different we need to do with those. In terms of the 2019 bond funds, we've sold bonds for year one purchases, including technology purchases. And so Mr. Upchurch and his team are working within those dollars to make some of these purchases.
Okay.
And since there's a 50-50 match, we're going to really be able to extend the number of devices that we're able to purchase. And so that's a great deal for us.
Yeah, really is, absolutely. Well, that's good. I wanted to make sure. I know there have been things in the past where we as a board have had to vote on the use of existing or old bond dollars. So I just wanted to make sure that we were in check there. Okay, very good. I'll go back to Dr. Brown now. Thank you very much, Ms. Powell. So I really appreciate the sample schedules. That was very helpful, and I think it's going to be helpful for many people in the district, staff and parents and students alike, for sure, because there's just so many moving parts here, but everybody really wants to know what's my learning going to look like. And I think we've assured everybody, but still people are very concerned, and they don't want it to look like last spring. As great as we did as a district, and you and your team, thank you. Nobody wants to go there. They want more robust. So there's, I guess you can answer as one. It really comes across all three, just different things for the different age groups. So my questions were on with the first grade. So on elementary, I didn't see recess in there. So I was curious how that plays in for our students. And then similarly, junior high and high school level, PE, athletics, fine arts as well. If you could address how that works into when the students are both at home, what would happen, as well as if they're in person on campus? How do they get those opportunities?
Okay, thank you. So virtually, they will still have specials or electives or fine arts or PE. They're still going to be able to engage in that. It's just going to be mostly asynchronous instruction for those courses. During the brain break time and the time when there's just kind of independent work, we do want to encourage students to get a little loose and physically kind of move around to be able to stay focused when they get back into the learning. When it comes back to going back to school face-to-face, we will have regular schedules. So we expect our students to still be engaged in fine arts, still be engaged in PE. Students who are involved in athletics will also have strength and conditioning opportunities after school hours. They'll be able to engage as well physically in person. So we want to make sure virtually and in person our students have access to fine arts, PE, athletics, and their elective classes.
And thank you. What can you clarify more on that, like with that first grade schedule for recess? What does that look like in person?
Yes, so in person, so that was the virtual schedule, more virtual. So in person, I shared last week, it was very important that we only have one class at a time that's out there on in recess, just important for contact tracing, et cetera. So again, students would have recess with their teacher. It would just be one class at a time so we can contain the number of students in their contact. So that'll be regular, just like normal, except we won't have 3 or 4 periods or classes at a time going outside.
That's great. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The last thing I have is just a comment, not a question, and it's regarding the communication to the parents, and that every Friday, what to expect for the next week. That sounds like a goal that in a normal environment we would have, maybe even a reaching goal. Versus this is going to become part of the standard, and I just think that's fantastic. Our parents and our students, some maybe not so much, others are really going to appreciate having that for the parents to know what's going on with every class and what to expect that week coming up. So I think that's wonderful. Communication's everything. That's why we're doing what we're doing here with these meetings. You have other things to do, we all do, but it's all about communication. So thank you for that. That's all I've got. Thank you, President Mays. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Any other questions from any other trustees? Yes, Ms. Walton.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question to one that Dr. Reich touched on, and that was the registration breakdown, 47, 53%. Something was mentioned about it had been kind of fluid or a word like that. Has there been much movement between the two choices among parents as time has gone on?
Yeah, not much, Trustee Walton, maybe a point or two difference. And we also have the breakdown by campus to see what percentage of students at campus A want face-to-face versus in person, but there's not been much of a shift, actually.
Interesting. And my last question is, the dual language fine arts programs that we have going on wouldn't exactly fit your sample schedules. I don't want to assume anything, but their schedule might look a little different.
Yes, they do. So they will have to engage in the core minutes as required by the state, but they'll have autonomy at the campus level to be able to provide the language supports and fine art supports for their students as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And a great presentation. And I appreciate all your work and those that are working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Walton.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Any other trustees? Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays. And Dr. Brown, thank you for your presentation. And kudos to your staff. I know everyone's been working hard. I've received tons of great feedback from parents. We had a listening circle session last night with a couple of your administrators and teachers, and they shared with us all the hard work they've been putting in, and the teachers were the parents that were on the call were duly impressed. So again, thank you. Couple of questions. Just a little bit of clarification, say maybe touch the elementary, junior high, and high school, in the clarification of flexibility of the synchronous versus the asynchronous schedule. And so it's virtually working from home and how that'll look a little different. I'm from Johnson County, so I'm a little slow, so you're gonna maybe have to repeat. But that's where my main concern is. I still have some questions about how the synchronous will work specifically. It's flexible, it looks like, from ranges in time, depending on the teacher and what topic, et cetera, that they might be covering that week, I assume. But is for those learning at home, what my concern is, if they miss the synchronous, are they going to be missing out? And I know, and just to clarify, the total number of instructional minutes is not dependent on the synchronous versus asynchronous, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So yeah, if you could explain a little more about what the synchronous would entail, and if it is going to require, you know, those slacker parents like me that, you know, might not be getting their 16-year-old up at 7 o'clock every morning, or not, maybe not successfully getting that 16-year-old up every morning. Is that going to be a detriment?
No. And so I'll just kind of walk you through, starting at the elementary level, what that's going to look like. So the thought is, it's very important that we know we want to provide an elevated experience virtually for our students engaged in virtual learning. So as such, it's important that we set requirements and a threshold for how much in-person or live instruction they provide to students. We know when teachers are able to reach out to their students, see their faces, connect with them, it really elevates their learning opportunities. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a number of minutes that's required for you to engage in synchronous instruction. So if you're an elementary student, during language arts, for example, you may be pulled for a small group instruction that will be synchronous learning possibly. So that will be the teacher's discretion. And so if you are unable to meet if you're unable to attend the synchronous learning session, you won't be counted absent. You won't be held against you, if you will. However, we want to make sure that you have access to that content. So you get access to that content, maybe 8 o'clock at night, Trustee Wilbanks, that your 16-year-old logs on to the Canvas teacher to be able to view the 30 or 20-minute synchronous instruction. They'll still have access to it on their own time and will not be penalized for that. We just want to make sure they still get access to the content. And that was important that we had that flexibility, Trustee Wilbanks, because we know that we have parents who are working, we have students who have various schedules supporting other family members in the house who might be helping with. They may not be able to log on at 9:30. And one way we want to make sure we can try to get as many as possible is through that weekly communication. So if I know on Friday afternoon that I'm going to have Dr. Brown's class synchronous live from 9:30 to 10 in advance, I can try to pace myself and schedule to where I can get there for that class as best as possible. And the same thing for junior high and high school, sir. We have the threshold of minimum minutes and maximum, just to make sure we're not overdoing it, but providing enough contact and touch points to be able to help our students be successful.
No, that's awesome. And I think, you know, a blended approach, I agree with the blended approach for engagement and for being able to make sure that you've got that personal contact with those individual students that was missing from the spring. I think it's imperative and to make this a success. And speaking of the communication, I had over the years been requesting of all the teachers and my son, hey, what is it possible? I know you're doing it, depending on which instructional model we had at the time, you're doing learning targets or learning objectives for the week, what the unit is, what are the core skills that, that I need to be, as a parent, formatively checking for mastery on with my kids to see if I, as a parent, need to intervene with my kid. It was like pulling teeth. I was never able to either, of course I would ask my kids and they were like, I don't know what it is. We're just doing this. And so you don't know how Dr. Cavazos and I were texting back and forth. I was with a lot of exclamation marks, how happy I was to see that the communication going home to the parents, one of the key features is the learning objective and the key questions that those students should be able to answer, it sounds like. So I, as a parent, as Dr. Reich said, communication is the key, and this is going to go light years. And I think in these trying times where parents are scrambling and juggling schedules, we have all the anxiety that you're well aware of. this one little thing, I think, will go a long way to helping parents be much more successful in making their kids successful and to minimize the deleterious effects that this virus has wrought on us in terms of increasing those learning gaps. So yes, thank you for that one little thing. But also, you know, and key to the success, one of the things that came up last night with our parents was that desire for more rigor. Is it possible in a nutshell? I don't want to spend too much time, but can you talk how you're, you know, in a little more detail of how we are going to achieve the more rigorous experience for our students?
Okay, well, I can share a part, and Dr. Wertz, if you want to jump in, feel free. The connected learning framework that we shared last week, I know that was a long time ago, but in that connected learning framework, it outlines the key components that teachers will be trained to deliver high quality instruction. And as a part of that, that's where the communication tool came from. It's a part of the learning framework. So it was important that we outline expectations and adding support with teachers and how they're able to determine the correct objective and the teach that they want to support during the lesson, make sure that they're able to leverage the technology to be able to get the lesson, the learning across to the students, and then do so in a way that's engaging and meaningful. So that connected learning framework is what is really driving our virtual learning experience so far. So I don't know if Dr. Wertz, if you want to add anything to that?
Wait, before Dr. Wertz starts, please go back to that other apartment because that looked like...
Yeah, that's just virtual, obviously. Yeah, it really is just exactly what she described, and the framework is really designed just to try to enhance the pedagogy, the actual teaching learning process that's actually happening with students in the classroom, and to give some continuity across the system about what that will look like as teachers are engaging. But yes, just exactly like she described, the communication will be just like that in connection to the framework.
Yeah. No.
May I add one more thing, Trustee Wilbanks, to that? I also wanted to share that the principals also and the administrators will be helping support instructional delivery with teachers on their campus. So whether it's like virtual walkthroughs during planning sessions, so they'll be right there in concert with the teachers and helping make sure that we're planning rigorous learning also. So that component will be in addition. Yeah.
No, that's great. And I think, as Dr. Rice said, if this type of communication went home weekly when we were, not that we're getting back to normal anytime soon, but in a normal environment, this would have been a game changer for me as a parent anyway. And so if we can keep that up, hey, that's, you know, something positive that came out of this, this experience. So anyway, no, kudos to that. I don't want to take up too much more time. I had some questions on how specifically with the 2014 bond, how much was left for technology. It sounds like we're exhausting that and then using some of the 2019, but I'll skip over that. I believe Ms. Powell covered that in enough detail. So I'll turn it over to my other colleagues, like maybe Mr. Chapa, who might want to make a motion or so.
Okay. I have some questions if I could ask just a couple before we move to our motions, if no one else has any questions. Okay. Thank you much, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much. Most of my questions have been asked, so I will not repeat them. I do want to confirm, though, for our specialty classes that we will be offering during the 4 weeks that we're doing online, for those 900 plus students, however many decide to come in person, will they still be able to go to their home campus, even if there's just a few at that campus that decide to come back?
That's correct, Trustee Mays, excuse me. So yes, we will offer it August 17th, starting very first day of school. They'll go to their home school, whether 3 kids show up for ABLE or 12, we will have it at their home campus.
Okay, very good. For the operation registration, the big question that I had that you articulated very well is communication. How are we going to make sure that that information is being communicated? And you listed several tiers of ways that will that happens. So I was very pleased to see that, because we do want to, with all the confusion that there's been, with everything else going on in families, working, jobs, there's just some things you just don't have time to go out and try to search for the information. So we want to make sure that it's as easily available as possible for all of our parents. So thank you for that. The survey for in-person versus online, will we do another survey either before or during our 4-week start date after August the 17th?
Yes, so we're going to continue to collect information as the landscape changes. Same thing with students returning back in person or virtual, and even staff members. So we'll continue to survey and collect data and input from them.
Okay, very good. I think this question may have been answered, but for those students, and I like the flexibility, that may log on when it's not during the time that it may be being taught, but maybe later on in the day and so forth. If they were to have questions with the video that they're watching, is there an opportunity for them to get their questions answered either real time or the following day? And will there be some platform for them to get their questions answered if they're not during the time that it's actually being taped?
Yeah, that's a good question. So depending on what time they're engaging in the module, if the teacher's available, if it's virtual hours, they're going to be posted so they'll know exactly when their teacher is available for support and extra assistance. They'll also have the schedule to know when there are assisted learning opportunities. So for tutoring or intervention time, that's going to also be on the communique that goes to students and parents. So they'll know Ms. Mays is available at 2 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday if I need some additional help.
Very good. Very good. I like that. Okay, so you were mentioning in the examples of the schedule that the brain breaks would mimic what a passing period would be in person. Mm-hmm. So since they're not passing during those periods, do those additional minutes count towards the required minutes that they have to receive instruction?
I don't know for sure the answer to that question.
Okay.
So would that be Dr. Hill or?
Yes, so the minutes are operational minutes, and so all of those are within the school day and they count.
Very good. Okay. And then the last thing that I want to say is the app. I know Mr. Upchurch, that was a question that I had, that I would like to see that app to be provided in definitely Spanish, and if not Vietnamese. I think whatever method we normally do, translate our information, those we normally do. I'm hoping that we consistently do that with all of our communication and opportunities where the parents are having to communicate. So I just want to add emphasis that I would like to see that too. It would be nice to make sure that we do have that in more than just English.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so those were all of my questions. I do have a comment, but before I make my comment, I would like to give an opportunity if there are any motions to be made at this time. Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. I do have one question for Dr. Brown before making a motion, if that's okay. Dr. Brown, I did have a question about, we have several different segments of student populations that are particularly adversely affected by the shutdown, and we discussed our plan for special education students tonight, or at least a subset of them. I might have missed it, but is there any sort of specific plan, or are you aware of how we're going to handle our homeless population?
As relates to?
Just in serving them in general during the time that we're not offering in-person instruction.
Okay. I know that Aaron Perales, who's over parent and community engagement, has a task force that he has been leading that is designed to determine what kind of additional supports to provide them to those students. For example, we have a lot of those students who needed hotspots. Some are housed in one particular location, one particular hotel. And so I know that he's been working with Mr. Upchurch to provide those kinds of resources to them. Home visits are also going to be something that we are making sure happen if we are not able to reach students or they need additional supports. And I can't speak to anything else outside of that Aaron's team might be leading, but we certainly can get an answer, Trustee Chapa, and bring that back to the board.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious about that. And then another question I had that we've got from quite a few parents, and I don't know, I know that there's only so much that we can do during this time, given everyone's particular family circumstances. But a question we do get a lot, and I'm wondering if we have any supports for, even if it's just a way to have them talk to someone to make a connection to maybe a childcare provider or something like that. Parents who are particularly in a tight spot because they're having to work out of the house and maybe their children are not the appropriate age to leave at home during that time. Or there's a temporary disruption in their work. And so at some point while we're shut down, they're going to have to go back to work, but they're okay with their kids for now. Do we have anything like that to direct them to different childcare providers or assistance programs?
So Dr. Brown, I can answer that if you want, unless you have the answer off the top of your head. But in general, one of the things we're doing, and it's rather recent, last couple of weeks, is coordinating with childcare associates, and because they manage and lead a lot of efforts with childcare, in a way that information can be disseminated about childcare availability, and we've shared this before. I think Mr. Chapa, about the fact that right now some of the childcare centers are struggling to have any students or any children there. So there seems to be a lot of openings and not a lot of people taking advantage of that. So we want to make sure we do as much as possible to make those connections with families and provide information. So that's an upcoming effort with Child Care Associates for Tarrant County to disseminate the information of where those slots are available so that people can take advantage of them, including sliding scales and things like that based on income and other factors, so that we can work together to not only share the information, but to make a connection. So we're working with them. They're leading that effort because they have the expertise in childcare. There's also been some discussion with the county about standing up other childcare opportunities in different places of Arlington and other places in the county, and they're leading that effort. So that's something we're closely connected with them, and we'll be helping them in making some of those connections with our families and maybe even some of our staff. Tracy, I don't know, or Dr. Brown, if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't really have any more questions, and I'll move shortly to my motion. I just wanted to say that I think that the steps that we're taking tonight to start with our long planned start date of August 17th and to stay, online only as much as we can for those first 4 weeks, I think it's an important thing to do under the circumstances. We've certainly been getting a lot of feedback from people on both sides of this, and very smart, very reasonable people have come to different conclusions on the right way to approach this. But I think Dr. Simmons' discussion earlier is, indicative of the reason why the most prudent approach, I think, right now is for us to open in that environment. And I said last week that it says something when my oldest, who will tell you he's no fan of school, is asking when he can go back to school. That's a hard thing to see. And I know that a lot of our parents are struggling, that the situation is not easy for anyone. But we have to get through it somehow. And there's no way forward that's gonna make everyone happy. And so I just, again, commend your staff and the board for the way that we've tried to approach this thoughtfully during this time. And, we had a lot of authority, it seems like, at the beginning of this situation. There were some interventions starting in late April and May that took that away from us a little bit. And the hot potato got passed back and forth for a while. But I think that we've shown tonight, given the information that we got just 24 hours ago, that local governments can act quickly, that they can act decisively, and that we're not afraid to take on a leadership role. We have been told what to do for most of this situation when it comes to how we're supposed to reopen. And then that's changed in a very short amount of time. But I think, we're in a position to make a lot of different approaches work. And I think that speaks very well to the preparation that the staff has put into getting us ready to go back to school, regardless of what happens at levels above us. And with that, I'm going to move on to the motion. At this time, I move to adopt the resolution that I'm about to read to authorize the superintendent to enter into the Operation Connectivity Interlocal Acquisition Agreement and to take any other appropriate district personnel and action to take all necessary actions again under such agreement. This is a resolution titled the Resolution of the Board regarding delegation to the superintendent to enter into interlocal agreement. Whereas the U.S. government has declared a national emergency and the state of Texas has declared a statewide disaster regarding the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas Texas Education Code 11.151 gives the Board of Trustees the exclusive power and duty to govern and oversee the management of the public schools of the district. Whereas on March 19th, 2020, the Texas governor issued Executive Order number GA08 relating to COVID-19 preparedness and mitigation, and through this action in accordance with guidelines from the president, ordered the temporary closure of all Texas school districts. Whereas Operation Connectivity is a joint effort among Governor Greg Abbott, the Texas legislature, and the Texas Education Agency, the TEA, to connect Texas's 5.5 million public school students with a device and reliable internet connection. Whereas on July 17th, 2020, the governor announced the allocation of $200 million in coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security CARES Act funding to TEA for the purchase of e-learning devices and home internet solutions to enable remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic for Texas students who lack connectivity. Whereas the program will provide matching funds for districts to facilitate purchases of necessary devices and hotspots, and TEA through Region 4 Education Service Center has worked with vendors to secure reduced prices and timely delivery to Texas school districts through a bulk order program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Arlington Independent School District makes the following delegation to the superintendent: to enter into the Operation Connectivity Interlocal Acquisition Agreement and authorize the superintendent and other appropriate district personnel to take all necessary actions under such agreement. Adopted this 29th day of July, 2020 by the Board of Trustees.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Chapa. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Fowler. Is there any discussion? Okay, since we are doing this virtually, if you could please raise your hand, say your name, and vote for yes or no. Ms. Fowler, you may just do your audio. Ms. Fowler?
Thank you. Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton?
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa?
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative. Thank you very much, Mr. Chapa. Are there any other motions to be given at this time? Okay. I think that does it for this. Once again, I appreciate the flexibility of changing around the agenda. I do just want to say, based on the information that we have just talked about, that AISD is staying with our start date of August the 17th because we are prepared for online learning. And that is what the district has been doing for a while. It will not be babysitting. It will be robust online training given by our teachers. We've been passed the baton to make a decision for the community, for the staff, our teachers, our students. And I know that this board and this superintendent and this executive staff is up for the challenge because we care about our students and our staff and our teachers. We will continue to gather data. We will continue to review scientific information, and we'll continue to reach out to our stakeholders as we have. Health and safety is and still will remain our main focus while we're providing the quality education that AISD is known for, and being provided online and eventually in person by our talented teachers. Myself and my colleagues appreciate the steady hand that our superintendent has had during this time of making decisions back and forth, most of which was out of our control. And we appreciate that, Dr. Cavazos. And we also appreciate the work of your executive staff. With that being said, I just want to say that we also appreciate our teachers who have reached out via email, through phone calls to us, that so desperately want to be with their students, but they also want to be healthy so they can be there for their families. And I know that we definitely support and respect that. So I do also agree that our steps tonight are validated. I hope that they are accepted. In addition to those that may want to start differently, I hope that everything that has been said tonight kind of explains how we've come to that decision. Safety and the health of our staff, of our teachers, and of our students. And we will continue to educate as AISD has. So I wanted to make that note. Okay, so now we will go back on our agenda. Since we're doing discussion action items, I'd like to just move to A, which is consider the proposed 2020 tax rate for revised notice of public meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate, if we are ready to go to item A. Dr. Cavazos?
Thank you, President Mays. And perhaps before we consider that item, the board may want to consider the discussion that leads to that item, if that's appropriate. So we can do the discussion and then go straight into that action item if that works.
That works. Thank you.
Okay. So this evening we bring for your consideration and your deliberation long-range financial planning for our general operating budget. And we know that there are many different things that affect that in terms of our budget and our competitiveness as a district with hiring and retaining the very best employees. And we also know that House Bill 3, while it was a good step in the right direction, it didn't solve many of the issues with the state funding formulas. And we also know that the times will become more challenging with our budget. And so in that spirit, we bring a presentation regarding long-range financial planning, and then we'll get into a discussion about the tax rate that we would want to publish, and then a discussion also about a tax ratification election. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Moss at this point to lead us through that long-range financial planning item. So Ms. Moss.
Yes, sir. President Mays, trustees, Dr. Cavazos, I'd like to first apologize to Dr. Reich. I don't know what happened. I guess I got Zoom bumped earlier. You asked me a question and I got disconnected. I came back and Cindy was discussing that. So my apologies for that. And we have a visitor with us tonight, so I'm going to try to be brief and share my screen. Can you see my screen there?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, can't get the slideshow going. So I'm just going to go ahead and start. Long-range planning is essential, in my opinion, to ensure a district remains financially sound while using resources in the most effective and the most efficient way. I've asked Ms. Powell to join me in presenting highlights of the planning for AISD over the last several years. She and her team has led the work of the financial services team and is to be commended for the district's position in regards to financial stability and ensuring that students and staff have what they need to be successful. She'll take you through the first couple of slides we have, and then I'll take over after that and share just some of the reminders, some of the quick facts of the history of the TRE and the changes as a result of the 86th legislature, as Dr. Cavazos mentioned. We'll take a look at the tax rate calculation as a result of the compression and how it impacts AISD and the taxpayers. We'll then present findings of a recent survey. We have a visitor here, so I'll be mindful of that with our time. And just close out with a reminder of some of AISD's goals that will require some additional funding from our maintenance and operations. The timeline, we'll talk about that a little bit in as far as a TRE, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussions. So I'll let Ms. Powell join and start with the AISD financial planning.
All right, thank you. So President Mays, board members, Dr. Cavazos, good evening. As Ms. Boss just mentioned, financial planning is something that is a best practice. It's something that we do always. It's not something that we put on a calendar and do just as we are talking about budget each year. This is an ongoing effort. And I very much appreciate in this district that it's something that the board and superintendent have been committed to for many years. So our strategic plan, as you well know, grounds our work, everything we do. It frames our work, it focuses our efforts and our priorities. And that is a tremendous help for us in the finance area. So in 2012, we adopted our first strategic plan and then refreshed it in 2016. There are a number of things in there that really align and assist with our planning in terms of finances. There are over 40 strategies in the strategic plan, and many of them do touch on our need to target resources, aligning resources to curriculum outcomes and instructional priorities. Those resources include staff, it includes capital investments, it includes our general operating budget. Competitive compensation is something that has been a priority for the board within our strategic plans, always to make sure that we are attracting the most talented individuals and keeping them to make sure that we're supporting the vision, the mission, and the goal of our strategic plan. And making sure that we provide appropriate learning spaces, learning environments for those rigorous and innovative learning experiences that are part of the mission statement within our strategic plan. And then making sure that we are offering appropriate student opportunities, whether they be instructional programs or extracurricular opportunities, learning opportunities. That is something that is a focus of the strategic plan and requires a good bit of planning on our part to make sure that that we can afford to offer those. And we've got a list of some sample programming here, everything from early college, high school to career tech programs, fine arts dual language academies, our elementary leadership and STEM academies, world language academies, our gifted and talented programs, just to name a few. And a number of other programs are similar. Capital planning has been a big part of the last two bond packages, and certainly that requires financial planning along with that to make sure that we're maintaining a stable tax rate and that we are investing for the future and providing appropriate facilities to support the kind of learning opportunities that are priorities for our district. So community engagement is also a very key part of our strategic plan. One of our belief statements actually is that we believe that an engaged community is essential to our success. And so that's something that Dr. Cavazos and this board do an excellent job of always, is reaching out and including people in the planning work in determining, allowing the community to help us set our priorities. We are here to serve the community, and our efforts in this regard are reflective of our desire to serve and engage the community. One way we do that in terms of finances is we have a financial futures committee that has existed for many, many years. That committee is a combination of citizens and staff members who meet approximately quarterly each year. That group invests time in understanding the state school funding system, various other needs and issues that impact us in our delivery of instruction and services for kids. And then that group ultimately makes recommendations to the board for long-range planning purposes. Each of the last 3 years, that committee has made recommendations to the board to consider the need to access additional funding through a tax ratification election in order to continue our efforts under our strategic plan. Also, stakeholder information events. Again, an opportunity for us to dialogue with various segments of our community in an informal and informative way to talk to them about our needs and our programming and our priorities, and explain how we leverage the funding to sustain those things. We hold on a regular basis lunch meetings with different specific stakeholder groups, and Dr. Cavazos shares and others will share information about the district and different things we are working on, whether it is a bond program or our budget. Dr. Cavazos and I together made a number of presentations over the last 2 years to various groups, some of which you see listed here, explaining our budget and explaining how state funding works, explaining long-range capital needs, and also long-range general operating needs. And that we at some point would likely need to come to the community and talk about accessing additional revenues through a tax ratification election. Certainly the planning work that we do with the board every year around budget. In the last couple of years, we've had several sessions outside of just regular budget presentations to talk about long-range financial planning. And the board has an active hand in that, along with our board finance committee, and spending a lot of time in understanding, again, how that funding system works and how we are required to go about accessing additional resources. And then even soliciting from the community opinions through various surveys. We're going to talk about one in particular in a few minutes, and that is a survey that was conducted of voters recently around a tax ratification election awareness campaign. And so you will hear directly from Ray Turco, whose firm performed that survey for us in a few minutes. He likewise has conducted numerous surveys for us over the years on bond elections. Just last year, as we were planning for our 2019 bond package in the spring, we anticipated that we would also be talking about a tax ratification election at the same time that we would hold a bond election. So in the survey work that Mr. Turco did spring a year ago, there was also questions about our potential need to access additional funding through a tax ratification election. In both of the surveys, as you'll hear, the majority of respondents did support the need for a TRE, and he will give those details in just a moment. So Ms. Moss, there we go. And so every year when we work on our budget, we understand and appreciate very fully that we have a responsibility to look for efficiencies and opportunities to repurpose dollars and direct dollars very specifically to our priorities. So this is a planning effort that goes on an ongoing basis with us. I've listed here some examples of different things that we've done over the last, especially 5 years, to gain efficiencies in our operations. These are significant things, and certainly is not intended to be all-inclusive. Campus consolidations is one, as part of our capital planning, and also looking at operating needs. We study our enrollment patterns and enrollment trends and our available physical space and ages of buildings. And we made decisions several years ago that, that we've had several facilities that we could consolidate and operate more efficiently and provide better services to students. And where we found those opportunities, we've done that. In the last, since 2014, we've had 8 different schools that we've consolidated into 4. Going forward, we already know that next year we'll be consolidating 4 schools into 2 as part of the 2019 bond program as we rebuild Thornton and Berry. That will also allow us to gain some staffing efficiencies and just operating efficiencies and how we utilize all of our buildings in that East Arlington area. Also, staffing. Almost 90% of our budget is comprised of payroll. It's the people that we require to educate students and operate our district. We have to be very, very careful with how we staff and how we plan for the staff we hire so that we do not overstaff. And we've gotten really good at this over the years. We project enrollment each year. We work with the HR department. We share those enrollment projections with them. And then they do a wonderful job of staffing very tightly to those enrollment projections and being very disciplined in how we staff. We have, as a district, begun to use class size waivers in very select circumstances where it's appropriate over the last couple of years. And we found that that is an effective tool that helps us, again, manage budgeted resources, and then also helps us right size our schools and serve kids better. We've done a lot in the area of energy conservation and procuring longer term electricity supply contracts at very low prices that have saved us a great deal of funding. Even this year's budget alone, our new electricity supply contract is saving us $1.8 million as an example. And then partnerships to make sure that we are enhancing opportunities with students. Partnerships at the Career Tech Center, our early college high schools, and in other places where we're able to leverage resources beyond Arlington ISD that allow us to expand programming and enhance opportunities for students. And then debt management. On the bond side of our world, we also have a tax that we levy to repay bonds. And we work very hard to make sure that we're very careful about how we issue bonds and how we go about refunding bonds, just like refunding our homes. So if rates drop and we have bonds that are callable and are eligible to be refunding, if it makes sense to do that, we take advantage of those opportunities to help us manage our debt service tax rate, which helps us as we look at an overall tax rate. So all these things are very helpful to us, and we do them as just a part of our regular planning work, our regular budget cycle every year. All of these things, though, are driven very, very much by what happens with the state legislature. This board has done an excellent job over the last 10 years or so in becoming very, very engaged with the legislature every session and even between sessions. As you well know, we have a legislative agenda that the board adopts each year, and our board of trustees spend a great deal of time interacting with our elected state officials to educate them on what our priorities are and the impact that different choices that they make will have on us. And we develop good relationships with all of our delegation. They're always receptive to hear from us and to take our input. And I think we've been able to help shape their thoughts around things that they are considering when they vote in Austin on various school education and school finance bills that will impact us. Very notably, in the last session, House Bill 3 was passed. It made some what I've described for the last year as sweeping changes to school finance and also to a number of other areas in public ed. Of note, tax rate compression. So the state began trying to buy down school district tax rates so that the state is now investing more funds in public education. So a very, very positive thing. So the state will lower school district tax rates each year and increase the state funding we receive to replace those dollars that are not being collected now through a property tax. Also, compensation increases were part of the House Bill 3 mandate, full day pre-kindergarten. There was funding provided for that and a mandate that we provide that this upcoming year. There were other changes to different program allotments and various expenditure mandates, also some outcomes-based bonuses available in the bill. And one of the key things that came through that bill was last year, in the year that the bill was enacted, school districts, for the most part, were not permitted to have a tax ratification election. And that was specific just to the year 2019, the first year the House Bill 3 took effect. This was something that changed our planning, or it impacted our planning, because we had reached a point where we had made the decision that we were going to have to access additional state and local dollars by exercising a tax ratification election even last fall of 2019. And we had discussed the possibility very publicly of doing that in conjunction with the bond election that was on the ballot in November of 2019. When House Bill 3 was passed, we said very publicly again that House Bill 3 certainly helped us, provided some additional funding, but it did not solve all of our needs, and that it simply reset the clock for us in terms of needing to come back and consider accessing additional revenues through a tax ratification election within the next year or two. And so that's the discussion we are going to have with you all this evening and over the next few weeks. One of the things to think about as we go forward with a tax ratification election is that our tax rate, our maintenance and operations rate, is part of the school funding system. And the school funding system and those rates really are divided into two pieces. And so the piece that we're going to talk about this evening, as we talk about potentially having a tax ratification election to raise the tax rate, is part of what is called the Tier 2 portion of our tax rate. And that involves a guaranteed yield and funding. So for additional tax effort that school districts make above the Tier 1 basic rate, we are able to access additional state funds that without that additional tax effort, we would not have access to. So that's a key part in our financial planning is trying to leverage additional state dollars. So with that, I'm going to turn this back to Mrs. Moss for the rest of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell. And I'll just go into a little more detail on the compression and how it actually affects our tax rate calculation for this year. So the legislature passed a comprehensive school finance package, and property tax reform was just a piece of that. It reduced our rates and applied a tax rate compression, as Ms. Powell stated. And as a result of that, districts are not allowed to net over 2.5% property tax growth. That's the ceiling. The compression also provides a floor. The Tier 1 rate cannot fall less than 90% of the highest Tier 1 rate of all districts in the state. So the procedures and requirements for tax ratification elections were changed dramatically with House Bill 3. And to note is they are now called voter approval tax rate elections. The TRE that we're accustomed to referring to is now referred to as VATRE. So that's what you'll hear us refer to that. And so how is it calculated? Under the new system, districts must submit a certified taxable value information to the Texas Education Agency and in order to calculate the new Tier 1 rate. We received our certified values on Friday, this past Friday, the 24th, and our team submitted the updated information to the agency the same day. We received approval of the maximum compressed tax rate, or the MCR, on Monday of this week, the 27th. So until just this past year, Arlington's maintenance and operations, or M&O rate, was $1.04. The M&O portion of the rate has not increased since the 2007-2008 year here in Arlington. Since that time, we have taken advantage of 4 golden pennies, but the legislature now provides the opportunity for the district to access an additional golden penny, and that penny provides the district with additional funding from the state. Now, the 1 additional penny can be accessed with unanimous approval of the board. Any amount above that requires the VATR election. So this chart just shows our assumptions for the 2021 budget. It included a tax rate of 0.9664. And that includes the 1 additional golden penny. The budget was adopted based on the assumption that values would remain flat. However, when we received our values this past Friday, that certified estimate was slightly higher, and it calculates to an increase of the 1.84%. So this chart just shows the estimated calculation for the budget adopted by the board in June under the adopted budget column, and the calculation after the receipt of the certified values in the column on the right. In both scenarios, the MCR is at 0.9164, and that is the rate that TEA approved for us. So if we take the 9.164 and add the 4 golden pennies that we already have, and add the additional golden penny available by board approval, it gets us to our 0.9664. That was the assumption that we used when we adopted the budget back in June, and the rate that the board approved to post in the June notice of the public meeting. So this slide is just a kind of a snapshot of the budget adopted by the board. $535.5 million in revenue, $567 million in expenditures, resulting in a $31.5 million deficit. And so thank you to Dr. Cavazos for your leadership, and to the board for understanding that there's a necessity in increasing teacher pay in this budget. We have to stay competitive. This budget does not put us at the top, but it does keep us in the competition. The estimated net taxable value for the budget was $32.5 billion, and that equals to the 2019 value. As we mentioned, it stayed flat, but the certified value for tax year 2020 is $33.1 billion. That's where we get our calculation of the 1.84% increase. And just a reminder, as Ms. Powell stated, as property values go up, state aid goes down. So based on the certified values, the effect of the budgeted deficit is minimal. So this chart gives you another look at the available pennies. It shows you the difference in the golden pennies that we can access, as well as the copper pennies. 1 golden penny increases funding by approximately $5.4 million. The 3 additional golden pennies increases funding by $20.8 million. The golden pennies, of course, have a higher value, and they result in approximately 50 to 55% of the $26 million in additional state funding. So for every additional dollar the local taxpayers would be asked to pay, the state would then contribute more than $1 in return for that. The 9 copper pennies only increased funding by $30 million with voter approval, and that's roughly 13% from additional state funding. And so the total of all 13 pennies is roughly $56.6 million. So if the district were to take advantage of all of those pennies, that is what it would result in for our budget. The next chart, Ms. Powell shared this during the budget presentation. It's been updated with the certified value information, the impact of the 1.84% increase as well. And one thing I'll point out here is the interest in sinking rate is now 3.3007. Initially, that rate was 0.31867 when the budget was adopted. And this is partly due, again, Ms. Powell mentioned that, our debt management plan, and it's partly due to a successful refunding. I think it was the 2014 A bonds that we refunded back in July. The board delegated authority to Dr. Cavazos, and he was able to act on that as long as it was over the 8% present value savings. So he, along with Hilltop Securities, our financial advisors, bond counsel, underwriters, and others, acted on July 1st. As a result, we realized a 16.25% present value savings, which is an annual average savings of $1.4 million and a $27.1 million savings throughout the life of the refunding issue of those bonds. Okay, so we received an update amount for the average value of an AISD home, along with the certified values that we received this past Friday. This chart just indicates an estimated annual monthly impact to a homeowner based on that $208,985 average value that was provided by Tarrant Appraisal District. The impact provided is in 3 scenarios. So the M&O rate of 0.9564 and no additional penny, there's an estimated savings of $76.48 annually and $6.37 monthly to the taxpayer. The next scenario with an M&O rate of 0.9664, including the 1 additional penny, the estimated savings is $58.08 annually and $4.84 monthly. With the total rate of a 1.00864, which requires a voter approval tax rate election, 12 additional pennies, plus the 1 penny approved by the board, the estimated annual cost is $162.70, and monthly for the taxpayer is $13.56. And so now we're going to pull Mr. Turco in. I'll let Cindy, I'll stop share here and let her pull him in to show you the results of his findings.
Great, so we'll introduce again Ray Turco. He is presented to this board in the past, and he is the owner of Raymond Turco and Associates, a public opinion research firm. And we asked him to ask or to conduct a survey of voters in Arlington and to ask questions about just school finance in general and budget needs and taxes. And so he is here this evening to share the results of that with us. So Ray, welcome, and I'll turn this to you.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Cavazos, it's again a great privilege and a great honor for me to be here talking with you about conducting a survey. We've had a history of about 25 years worth of survey work, and whether it's my work or the district's work or all of us together, we have always been successful. And I look forward, after you see the results of the survey, to once again feel confident in the decisions that you eventually make. Let's go through the survey method. We did 2 surveys. We did a survey of voters, and different than our normal surveys are, generally we work with people who vote in municipal elections, school board elections, city council elections, because oftentimes our elections are in May. But in this particular election, we felt it was important to look at anybody who had voted, because this November election is going to be, I believe, a very unique election. So we wanted to get as large a universe as we could. So initially we purchased a list from Tarrant County of all registered voters, the Arlington ISD, with any kind of history. Then what we did is we added phone numbers to it. We combined it, householded it, and came up with a list. We contacted 531 randomly selected households. That gives us a plus or minus 4.2% and a 95% confidence level. Normally when we've done surveys is we conduct 400 surveys. And what we do with a survey is if you look at a 4-point scale, a very supportive, very opposed, and then a moderate support and moderate opposition, if you combine the two positive responses, then I'm 95% sure that it will be 4% higher or 4% lower in what they call a worst case scenario. We did 531 surveys because we started with 400, and the list that was provided to us, unbeknownst to me, was only landlines. So as we got into the sample and started doing the survey, the sample was much older than what we wanted it to be. And so I said, okay, we'll conduct some more surveys. And we did conduct some more surveys, but then the field service was nice to us and conducted even more surveys. So we got 531 surveys conducted, which is a very good sample. The database included everybody who had voted. We divided our study area into our networks, just like we have done previously. You note that we had to make 44,000 contacts in order to do the 531 completed surveys. And the field work took place the end of June, the very first part of July. Now this was just the voter survey. And you'll see what we did is, you don't divide it into 6 areas and divide 6 by 500. You have to get the percentage of voters in each area. So we represent the sample. So in the Arlington network, they represented 20% of the voters district-wide. So 20% of the surveys were conducted in that area. You'll see in Lamar and Martin, also in the 20s. In Bowie, we had just 9% because they don't have as much voting activity. Sam Houston, 11%, and in Seguin, only 7%. So that's how it all broke down in terms of the surveys that we did. Next, please. If you look at the respondent profile, 24%, 25% are under the age of 45, 65%, 64% are over 55, 44% are over 65. When we conduct the bond surveys, the under age 45 is a much lower sample, and the age over 65 generally tends to be higher because your municipal voters tend to be older residents. 75% had lived here for 16 plus years. 44% had children in AISD schools or had graduated in the past 5 years. 62% had no children in school. 7% were either private or charter schools. Next, please. We also conducted an online survey of all employees. 4,614 of them responded, which is approximately 50% of all employees. The survey questions, for the most part, mirrored the telephone survey because what we wanted to do was to find out how the most valuable resource within the district felt about this. The survey was translated into Spanish for Spanish-speaking participants. And the online survey administration took place after the telephone surveys were done, the beginning of July through July 15th. Next, please. In terms of the respondent profile, 46% of employees were under the age of 45, 22% were over 55, 28% had been employed 3 years or less, 59% were district residents, 31% identified as voter, general or primary, with 17% having voted in municipal elections. What we did is we took the list of employees and we ran it against our voter base. So we know who lives in the district, who doesn't live in the district, who has voted in the district, who is registered but has not voted, and who does not, it lives outside the district and is registered to vote outside the district. Next, please. The first question that we asked of both groups is how satisfied or dissatisfied you are with the quality of public schools. Employees were asked to judge the quality of AISD schools. You'll see that in terms of intensity ratings, voters were at 17% and employees were at 19%. So there wasn't a big difference there. There was a larger difference in terms of satisfaction just generally overall. So if you look at the combined numbers, you're at 68%, so nearly better than 2 out of 3 voters, and you're at 80% of employees, so you're at 4 out of 5. In terms of dissatisfaction, your voters were more dissatisfied. You had 33% being dissatisfied compared to 19% of employees. These numbers were basically similar with previous surveys that we've done, although the satisfaction ratio, which takes the positive and divides the negative amongst voters, has gone up over the last 3 surveys that we've conducted for the district. Next, please. In bond surveys, what we do is we say how likely or unlikely would you be to vote for a bond election if your taxes increased a certain amount. And what we try to do is determine what the threshold is. In other words, at what point does a majority of voters say it's too high based solely on the amount? So we haven't given them any information. We gave them a brief description of wanting to have a tax ratification, raising the M&O operating cost so we could look at teacher salaries and programs and that sort of thing. We said, how likely or unlikely would you be to vote for something if your taxes increased, for example, under $50 per year? And you'll see 66% said they would likely do this of voters, 71% of employees. When the amount got a little bit higher, 50 to 75, we were still over a majority. When we hit $75 to $100 per year, you'll see that we hit 50% unlikely. So when we get close to that point, then at least without any prior information, just based solely on the amount, voters said they were unlikely to do it. You'll look at employees, employees still said they would do it. Employees would do it at 100 to 150. They do it at 150 to $200. Not until it became over $200 per year did employees say, we're unlikely to support that. Now, if you look at some of the various groups, previous in the survey, if you said you were a strong supporter of approving the TRE, then they would support over $200 because only 41% would be unlikely to vote for it. If you were a supporter, you were at $100 to $150. If you were an opponent, regardless of the amount, they were not in favor of it. And this happens in bond elections also. If you were an undecided voter, you didn't come until $100 to $150. Parents supported a higher amount. They were at the $100 to $150. Non-parents slightly lower. If you were an employee who were a resident, you would support a higher amount at $150 to $200. If you were a non-resident, you went for the whole amount for the over $200. But they don't count because they're not voting. Next slide, please. Then what we did is we said, okay, if an election were held today, how strongly would you support or oppose increasing the tax rate from 97%, the current rate, 97 cents, to $1.06? We call this the pre-test because we didn't supply any information relative to why it was needed, the benefits, or anything of that. And you'll see and also notice that a survey is a measurement of people's opinions at the time the survey is conducted. So we've had a lot of things going on, obviously, in the community. And it may well be that this represents that. Because when we asked this question in January, when the district was looking at both a TRE and a bond election, the number was over 60% who said they would support a TRE. We weren't specific to tell them amounts, but they were very supportive at the time. Employees were 67% supportive, 15% opposed. So you have what we call a support ratio of 4.5 to 1. The opposition amongst voters was at 49%. So you had a support ratio of about 1 to 1. So if there were no information and we were to have an election today, it would be too close to call. It falls within the margin of error. Next, please. So if we look at our supporters, our strong supporters are very positive about this election. They're very enthusiastic. They're very passionate. Our supporters, you'll see that we had 68%. So the pre-test compared the opinions and had a lot of impact amongst the opponents. That's what brought that percentage down. AISD parents were at 52%. Parents of graduates were more likely to oppose it, and non-parents were split. Campus-based employees were at 71% support. Non-campus-based employees were only at 57% support. And then again, employees who lived in the district, they were at 63% support. So the percentages covered a wide range of numbers. Next, please. Now what we decided to do is let's give you some information and tell us if you would be more likely or less likely based on these facts. The number one that brought the most support was approving the higher M&O rate would cause the district to receive extra state funding dollars to which it would otherwise not have had access. 2 out of 3 voters and 77% of employees said that would make them likely vote for the TRE. New revenue would be used to fund teacher pay raises so the district could continue to recruit and retain its teachers, 64%. Now, I will tell you that that particular statement generated the most intensity amongst voters. Over half of the school districts in Tarrant County have received voter approval to raise the M&O funding for salaries and operations. That generated 63%, 70% amongst employees. And that AISD would only ask taxpayers for the additional revenue it needs to remain competitive, not the maximum increase allowed by state law, 64% versus 74%. So there's a lot of information that is critical to allowing people to make decisions in this nature. Next, please. These are what we call the upper tier because they were the highest numbers. A yearly tax increase of approximately $120 for the average AISD homeowner would generate nearly $47 million for competitive salaries and instructional programs. That generated 62%. If not approved by voters, future teacher raises could be jeopardized, 62%. AISD ranked 17th lowest out of 21 Tarrant County schools in terms of its combined M&O and INS tax rates, 58%. The one that was least popular, least influential, was if the TRE is not approved by voters, some programs and staffing levels would have to be reduced. It did generate majority likelihood, but other statements were more important. So if the campaign, the advocacy campaign or the educational campaign focuses on things having to be reduced as a result of this particular item, that did not generate as much influence amongst people rather than to say our other items that were much more important, tapping into additional resources, taking care of teacher pay raises and that sort of thing. Next, please. Then what we wanted to do is we wanted to test some statements and see where people stood prior to any kind of campaign. I will support the TRE because I support increasing teacher salaries. 69% agreed with that statement. 83% of employees agreed with that statement. I will support the TRE because I trust the direction the school board is leading the district. 52% said they agreed with that. 63% of employees. Because of the direction the superintendent is leading the district, generated 50% agreement versus 62% of employees. And I'll support the TRE because the district has a history of good financial management. 49% to 44%, that generally tends to be a lack of information rather than a dissatisfaction or disagreement in that. Next, please. Then we presented negative statements at the same time as the positive statements to see what opinions were out there. I will oppose the TRE because I think an average yearly increase of $120 is more than I can afford. Well, 37%, or a third of the populace, third of voters, agreed with that statement, but 50% did not. So that was not a statement that generated majority disagreement. In fact, it was the highest rated statement in terms of the agreement that it did generate. I will oppose the TRE because the timing is not right. 30%, 65% disputed that statement. I will oppose the TRE because I don't have enough information. 34%. This was interesting to me. I will oppose the TRE because the coronavirus has caused our household financial difficulties. 27% agreed with that statement, but 70% disagreed with that statement. So while there are some economic hardships going out in the community does not say that it's not right to pursue this, this activity. Next, please. Then what we did is we said, okay, if the TRE is approved, your taxes will go up on average about $10 per month. If an election were held, how would you vote? 57%. So when we were at 47%, when we said if an election were held today to go from 97 cents to $1.06, what would we do? We've given them just a very brief amount of information, and we've got 57% to say yes versus 38% who would say no. Amongst employees, it was 63% to 14%. So we have support ratios of 1.5 to 1. We have support ratios of 4.5 to 1, both very popular. Then what we did in the next slide, right preceding that question, was to say, okay, now you've listened to all this. Oh, I'm sorry, there were variables. If we have our strong supporters, again, very supportive, 98%. Our supporters went from a lower percentage up to from 68% up to 83%. The opponents were not going to vote for it. The undecideds, there's a large group still undecided, 20% said they would support it. Parents were 69% supportive. Parents of graduates were 50% supportive. Non-parents, who make up a bulk of the electorate, said they were supportive. Campus-based employees were significantly more supportive than non-campus-based employees, and employees who live in the district were at 62%, so nearly 2 out of every 3 district employee. Next, please. Then what we go ahead and we say, okay, based on the information we've just given to you, if an election were held, how strongly would you support or oppose increasing the tax rate from 97 cents to $1.06? This is what we call the post test. You'll see that 25% and 33% would strongly support and support. So we went from 47% up to 58%, a jump of 11 points. Our opposition went from 49% down to 41%, and our undecideds went from 3% down to 2%. So our ratio went from 1.0, so an even election, up to 1.4. So right now the 58 to 41 falls way above the margin of error. So based on getting the information, they would support approving an election to go from 97% to $1.06. Amongst employees, we went from 67%. We didn't increase a lot, but that was the same as what it was last year. We went from 15% down to 12%, and our support ratio went from 4.5 up to 5.7. So in both cases, people were much more supportive, excuse me, based on the information that we gave them. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at our post-test and our pre-test, you'll see if we look at voters all, we gained 11 points, 11%, to go from 47 up to 58%. Amongst AISD parents, we went from 52% all the way up to 67%, 15 points better. Parents of graduates went from 40% to 52%. They increased 12%. And non-parents went from 47 up to 57%, an increase of 10%. So amongst our voters, we gained tremendously. We didn't gain as much from the employees overall, but we were very high, and the ratios changed because our opposition went down. Next slide, please. One of the things we said was, has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted you, your family, your spouse? 68% have not lost their jobs. 16% said yes, they themselves have been impacted. 8% their spouse is impacted, and 12% their child or children have been impacted. Amongst employees, you had 14% said they had been impacted, 12% said their spouse had been impacted, 13% have had a child impacted. I think this is significant as we go through, because although they said as a general statement that they were willing to accept the financial responsibility in order to cover employee wages, program improvements, and that sort of thing, there are people that are hurting financially. So next slide, please. The last slide that we have here asks people over 65, people whose taxes will not increase unless they improve the value of their home. If they know that their taxes aren't going to go up, would you be willing, or would you be likely or very likely to support this election? 65% said they did. So that's just a few small percentage points, about 7% less. In fact, it's not even less from the original 58% that we had. Employees were not included because most of the employees were not over the age of 65, and it would not impact them to that degree. So you'll see 65 to 32%. So we're at a ratio of 2.0 to 1. So twice as likely to support it, to vote yes, than to vote no. So let me go through some of the findings of the survey just before I answer any questions. 68% are satisfied with the quality of education. The ratio continues to improve from previous surveys. Employees were 80% positive, also improvement over the previous survey we did. The threshold where a majority were unlikely to vote to authorize the district to readjust its taxing amounts was if it caused taxes to increase $75 to $100 per year. Although you'll note, as we went into the course of the survey, at 120, a majority said they would likely vote for it. Employees did not become unlikely till it reached over $200. Next, please. The pre-test support was 47 to 49. Undecided district employees were supportive at 67 to 15%. They were most influenced by supporting it because the higher M&O rate would cause the district to receive extra state funding. The new revenue would fund teacher pay raises, and half of the districts in Tarrant have received voter approval already. The employees were most influenced by the revenues used to fund teacher pay raises. Next, please. Voters were most agreeable to support the TRE because they support increasing teacher salaries and because they trust the direction the board and the superintendent is leading the district. The highest agreement for the negative statement was the 37% who thought the average yearly increase of 120 was more than they can afford. Teachers were most agreeable for increasing teacher salaries, and the yearly increase of 120 was too much, had 21% affirmation. The information about the TRE provided a positive impact on voters and employees, and seniors would likely support it based on the taxes being frozen. That's basically the survey. I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have. You have I believe you have the cumulative survey results, and there will be a more comprehensive result coming to you in the next several weeks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turco. I appreciate that presentation. Trustees, any questions? Okay. I do not see any lights. So then I will go back, and once again, Mr. Turco, thank you very much for your survey. Thank you for your explanation and taking time and being with us at this hour of the evening. We really do appreciate you.
Very much. I appreciate the opportunity to do the work, and I'll certainly be available if after you've reviewed any of the documentation or any of the numbers, if you have any further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
President Mays, I have a couple more slides I'm going to share.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Wrap this up. Okay, the next to the last slide, this just shows the reason why we needed a VATRE. And you heard from Ms. Powell, you heard from Mr. Turco, that people think that competitive teacher compensation is very important to the district. Market competitiveness for all staff, not only just teachers, is very important. Instructional opportunities for our students. And again, we talked about access to that additional state funding. We're leaving dollars on the table if we do not access those golden pennies and those copper pennies that are available to the district. And then the last slide is just the timeline. Those items in red are things that we've already done. I spoke to the majority of them during the presentation. On the 29th, we're meeting today to talk through this. We have to have the notice published by August the 3rd in order to meet the timeline. It's a very tight timeline in order to get to adopt the tax rate and then call the election by the 17th, which is required by law. And I'll take any questions on any of the information that we've gone over, if there are any for us.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moss. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Powell. Right now, I cannot see my trustees or my colleagues. So if anybody does have a question, feel free. There we go. Please raise your hand if you've got a question of Ms. Moss or Mrs. Powell. Okay, I do not see any questions. Yes, I do. Mr. Chapa.
Thank you, President Mays. This question could be for Ms. Moss or Dr. Cavazos or Ms. Powell, but I've lived in Arlington most of my life, and I can't think of a time that I can recall, at least in the last 20 years, that this district has asked for an increase in the M&O tax rate. Can somebody confirm that is actually true, or what is the history of how we have done with this particular aspect of our tax rate? I know people don't see that on their property tax bills, but there's actually two tax rates. There's the M&O rate, which is think of paying teachers. I mean, 88% of that fund is for compensation, so that's what we're talking about. And then there's the bond fund. So I know we're really familiar with the bond fund, having done 2 bonds over the last 6 years. But what's the history of the M&O rate for us?
And the M&O rate here has been the $1.04, which we've taken advantage of those 4 golden pennies since 2007, 2008. Now, I can't speak to whether or not we've gone out and asked the public for a TRE. I don't believe that we have, but Ms. Powell may be able to speak to that more. I don't think that we've had an election here.
We have never had a TRE election. Years ago, the community voted to raise the tax cap, which is a different kind of an election. And I think it was in 2004 and 2005, our M&O tax rate was at the maximum rate of $1.50, which is where the vast majority of school districts across the state were taxing. From that point on then, we have maintained, we lowered, the legislature brought down the tax rate, like Mrs. Moss mentioned, and for the last 12 years, we have taxed at the $1.04 rate, and so never have had a TRE.
And can you, I think that's all the questions I have right now. I'm going to see what my colleagues have to say before I proceed further.
Okay, to my other colleagues, is there a reason Justin should wait for any questions? Mr. Wilbanks.
Thank you, President Mays. This question is probably for either Dr. Cavazos or Cindy Powell. or I think Mr. Turco's gone, but going from recent memory for the various bonds that we've gone out, and I know we're looking at doing a bond in TRE in the last one. The baseline question that on the surveys where he asked for support, what are those numbers? What have they traditionally come back? Because this one kind of surprised me in that it was underwater to begin with, and then after we got to a pretty good place after educating the voter, which might be a little bit difficult this election cycle, given it's November and there's going to be a huge turnout. So where were we starting out pre-education and then whatever you call the second line of questions after the education? Where did we start out initially, traditionally?
So when you say traditionally, we actually have only done a survey even around TRE last year in 2019 and now this year. And so last year when we surveyed about a TRE, I'll have to go back and look at the precise percentage. We had majority support in the pre-test and in the post-test. Remember that particular survey, it was a long survey and it involved both bond and TRE. It was a complicated survey instrument even. And so between the pre-test and the post-test on just the TRE question, there was actually a drop of a couple of points, but still had majority support.
Okay, but am I unmuted? Yeah. But even, a tax rate, going out to the voters and asking to raise the tax rate is the same whether it's a bond or a TRE. That mechanics doesn't really change. And we've gone out a number of times with bonds without explaining that it was a bond, and we were just, like in this survey, explaining that the tax rate was going to go up. Where was what was the history and the base support on those surveys?
So again, I want to verify the actual percentages, but in general, they were supportive and began supportive and even would go up by the post-test on the bond questions, and generally around 60%. And on a pre-test, and went up several points from there. Keep in mind, they're very similar in terms of a mechanism. You're asking somebody to raise a tax rate for a specific purpose. I think the questions around a bond election tend to yield a little more, a little different kind of interest, if you will, because you're talking about particular kinds of facilities or technology or what have you. And so it may generate, I'm not sure that if that exactly correlates between the support for a TRE and in a bond election, just because of the different things people are expressing opinions on. And Dr. Cavazos may have
I'll just add. Yeah, I'll just add real quickly that consistent or maybe parallel is the fact that when you bring out certain things of what the funding would be used for, those percentages start to grow. So consistent or parallel with a bond when you talk about career tech or certain things in the bond program, playgrounds, and just kind of going from memory there, those things resonate with people, and then ultimately leads to your post-test, right? So I think that's consistent or parallel with this in terms of teacher compensation, access to more state funding, and those things. That power of the actual support grows with those kinds of things. So back to it's not the same, but the education part of this and connected to those things that are very real. That's what the funding would be for, to maintain competitiveness, continue making sure that we pay our teachers at a very competitive rate, and accessing, quite frankly, millions. And maybe Darla or Cindy have the exact number, but the millions in state aid that or state funding that we are not accessing today. And it's very significant. And so those things, I think, Mr. Wilbanks, do parallel really well with when we have a bond survey, if those specific points that we know resonate with people.
Yeah, no doubt. And where I'm going with this is, I think once we're able to educate the voters, it's clear we've got a winner. No doubt about that. But this is a much different election cycle in a number of ways, with the fact that we're going to have a huge amount of voters turn out on a November ballot. Now, we did the bond last time on a November and it worked in our favor. But, given the COVID-19 environment and the social distancing and I just want to set expectations with my colleagues that, this is, it's a necessity that we go out and do this. But I want to caution that these results mean that we've got an uphill battle to climb, in that we've got a lot of education to do, and it's not an easy environment to do that education. Whereas with the bonds, it was much easier in my mind. We started with a pretty net positive, and then we were able to increase that with education. That's not the case here. So yes, I'm in support of this, but it's going to take a lot of education, and this is the hardest environment in which we're going to be doing any kind of education campaign around this type of election. And it's much more complicated than a bond. People understand a new building, new playgrounds for their kids, but fortunately everyone knows we need to pay the teachers and how important it is to pay competitively. So that's the easy part, but I'm just worried about where we start to begin with, and then where we need to get them, and actually doing it in this type of environment. So yes, we can do it. Do I think we can do it? Yes, but it's going to take some work. That's my fear, that we're not calibrated to the amount of work it's going to take.
Yeah, and so the task, you're right, Mr. Wilbanks, says the task is clear. It will be a lot of persistent information of what this is, number one, because we have not gone for one in Arlington, to Mr. Chapa's point. It's not like we're saying the previous bond did this and this bond will do this. This is new. But I do think that on the plus side, since House Bill 3 and since that session, and even up to current times, there is a lot of awareness of market competitiveness for teacher pay, for example, that has broken through, I think, a lot of the challenges with information over the last couple of years, not only in Arlington, but throughout the state, all about what did House Bill 3 actually do, and then how did it affect teacher compensation? What has AISD done in the first year of HB 3 and now has done, but also looking into the future. So I think in that respect, I think that's another reason some of these questions yield the type of result, is because there is an awareness about the need to remain competitive locally for teacher salaries. So just something I would offer there. The other is the need to access more state funding was also an interesting question. And the awareness, I think, or maybe more desire to increase the access to state funding as a result. So, but to your point, you're right. It's going to have to take a persistent information delivery by all of us.
Yeah, and let me be clear to folks listening at home that there's no doubt that it's amazing that we've gone this long, where all of our peers in the surrounding districts have gone, a vast majority have gone out for a TRE. A majority of those have gone to the maximum amount in the past. And we've stayed at $1.04, near the bottom of the pack, in the bottom fifth, fourth from the bottom in our Tarrant County neighbors in terms of our tax rate. And the one thing we learned from HB3 is the fact that we hadn't gone out before, I think hurt us. I think you can objectively say, when then with the money we did get from HB3, we had to give it out in salaries. We couldn't give anywhere near as big as salaries as our competitive neighbors. And I think both the parents, the voters, staff, and parents, all our stakeholders in the community now know how important it is to be competitive. I mean, just as an example, it's a one data point, but because we dropped so low in competitive salary. Our junior high teacher of the year, one of the biggest English rock stars that we've had in the district, has left for a neighboring district for higher pay. Fortunately, with the action we took, hopefully we will not be losing any more of our best teachers, and we'll still be able to recruit them, but we've got to pay for it. So it's imperative that we do this. And also given the storm clouds that are on the horizon, with the fact that enrollment might be down because of COVID and the disruption it's causing, and with declining enrollment means declining revenue. By the way the formulas work, we have no idea what the next legislative session is, and we know there's already a projected deficit and that there's going to be cuts coming. So we can't control a lot of that, but we can control what we can and take what's being left on the table with those additional funds, especially those golden pennies that have that much higher yield. So we've got to do this. There's no doubt about that. It's just, I think we got to get our ducks in a row and get the communication out there, because it's going to be tough to get the message through.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Wilbanks?
Yes.
Okay,
Any other
thank you.
questions? Because if so, I'd be happy to make a resolution, and then we can do discussion, further questions after. Or I can wait to make a resolution. You can come back if any of my colleagues have any other questions or comments.
I didn't see any hands raised previously, but I will ask again. Are there any other colleagues that have any questions? Yes, Ms. Walton.
It's not a question. It's a belief that everything worthwhile is uphill. This is uphill. Can we do it? Yeah, we can do it.
Thank you, Ms. Walton.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I would move that the board approve a proposed maintenance and operation tax rate of $1.0864 and a proposed debt service tax rate of 0.3007 to include in the revised notice of public meeting and discuss budget and proposed tax rate for the 2020 tax year for a total proposed tax rate of 1.3871.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Wilbanks, a second by Mr. Chapa. Are there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Chapa.
Yeah, I did have just a little bit of discussion, and Mr. Wilbanks ended up coming around to several of the points that I was going to raise, but I did want to give a little history on this, at least from my point of view, and why I think, as Mr. Wilbanks said, this is something we absolutely have to do. My first involvement with the district as a non-student was in 2011 when I joined the Financial Futures Committee, and that was not a fun time because the state had drastically cut education funding at the time. And in that environment, an FFC comprised of mainly citizens there was a proposal brought up in that FFC to have a TRE as far back as 2011, given the environment we were in, given the fact that other districts had already gone out for a TRE, and looking at the budget that the district was facing at the time. And a supermajority of that FFC in 2011 supported having a TRE. The financial crisis kind of receded. Property values here started picking back up. And thanks to Ms. Powell and her staff finding efficiencies in corners that we didn't even know existed, we were able to coast, I think, for several years on those things and be very efficient, do very well with our budget, which is no surprise because, again, Ms. Powell's staff is, and I don't know how many people know this, but that are watching, but have been getting the highest awards they can get in their industry for a very long time. But nonetheless, you can only do that for so long. And as Mr. Wilbanks pointed out, you know, in that 2011-2012 period, we were much more competitive with pay. And despite our best efforts, given what we had, we did, and I think everybody recognizes this, we slipped a little bit over time. And it was, again, a citizen-led financial futures committee that came back to this board in 2018 and said, we're ready to do a TRE. We've looked at this really closely, and we really think this district needs to do a TRE. And here we are 2 years later, and we still haven't done a TRE. And so there's only so much longer that we can keep doing that. And, you know, as we have seen, we slipped a little bit in competitiveness on pay. We did a lot to make that better this year, and we're moving back up. But you can see from our budget numbers this year that we can't. It's not sustainable with the tax rate that we have. It is not a light thing for any public official to go out and ask voters for a tax increase. But this district has not increased its M&O rate in at least, you know, since there was a TRE concept in the last 14 years, and for several years before that didn't really adjust its maintenance and operations rate. And there's only, you know, to the people who would say, well, you just got to keep cutting, you just got to keep finding efficiencies. When your M&O budget, you know, think of that as just the pot for teacher pay, like I said earlier. If it's 88% for compensation, and then the next biggest chunk is utilities, there's not much wiggle room there at all. And so it becomes incumbent on us at some point to be honest with the voters and say, we hear you when you say, we want to pay our teachers more. Everybody wants to pay our teachers more. And I would add that we've got to pay our non-teacher staff more. There are several pay grades that within our pay scale that I think that we should find, make a concerted effort to increase over the next few years, but we can't do those things at the current tax rate that we're at. And that's just the plain truth is if we want to pay our staff well, we want to pay our teachers well, there's a cost to doing that. And what we hear from the community is they overwhelmingly want to pay our teachers. And that's what this election, that's what this tax rate adjustment is about. Now, you know, I want to echo Mr. Wilbanks' cautions about one reason to do this is we just don't know what's going to happen in the future with funding. We already knew that the HB3 funding from last year was not passed in a way that was potentially sustainable beyond 2021. And now we're in this environment where we've got an epidemic that has hurt the state's budget. We already know the comptroller says there's a $4 billion deficit. We're hearing rumblings that there may be funding cuts to education. We have increased costs. I've heard from some people that said, well, you know, you're not opening your buildings, so you must be making millions, saving millions on your facilities costs. And I don't think people understand really the rates that we have on our facilities, and there are some savings, but it's not enough to make up for our increase in the costs that we're going to incur to deal with COVID-19. And so for all of those reasons, this is a financially prudent thing for us to do at this time, because we just have to do right by our teachers and our staff. And so it's a very serious thing when a public body goes out and asks voters for a tax increase, but that's absolutely the right thing to do in this environment. And I think Mr. Turco's survey shows that when you just say this is about paying our teachers, it really simplifies all these complicated school finance things lurking in the background, because that's what it's really about. And that's what we're going to do. And so I fully support this resolution, and I look forward to making the case to the voters that our teachers and staff deserve deserve to have a sound financial footing going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. So once again, we've got a motion by Mr. Wilbanks, a second by Mr. Chapa. Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. I will call your name. Please restate your name and your vote of yes or no. Mr. Chapa.
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich.
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks.
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Ms. Walton.
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Ms. Fowler.
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. All present vote in the affirmative, so the motion does pass. One little comment that I will make is during our bond cycle, and like you said, Mr. Wilbanks, Mr. Chapa, when we were all coming into serving on the committees with the district, we started talking about bonds. A lot of times what you would hear is, great, is there going to be any money in there to pay our teachers? Is this money we can use to pay our teachers? So now we can say, no, now is the vote for the TRE, which will now help us increase the pay for our teachers and sustain it. So once again, I feel like we are putting out there what has been requested. Okay, next on our agenda is discussion action item, consider proposed 2020 tax rate for revised notice for public meeting to discuss budget and proposed tax rate. No, so
right.
actually I believe we're done with our agenda.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, so we will move forward for our open forum for non-agenda items. Ms. Benjamin, do we have any requesters?
No, ma'am, we have no registered requests.
Okay. So then we will continue on in our agenda. Next is our superintendent's report. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays, and just a sincere thank you to our families, our students, and our teachers for their patience and gearing up for the new year that will begin online. And I just sincerely thank everyone for their efforts. I want to thank our senior staff in particular, and all our principals and leadership team for the work that they've done thus far and the work they're going to continue to do. And then finally, thank the school board for your leadership and your commitment to service, but also your commitment to our students, our staff, and our community. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cavazos. Do any of my colleagues have any reports? Wilbanks?
Thank you, President Mays, and I'll try to be brief. I don't have any prepared remarks. I know it's late, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the great work that Raise Your Hand Texas is doing. And I had the opportunity to bring, as I alluded to earlier this evening, a group of 13 individuals, including administrators, teachers, and a lot of parents from North Arlington for a listening circle, which is kind of their first step in collecting, from a grassroots level, what those key issues that should rise up and make Raise Your Hand Texas legislative agenda and help inform our local delegation. In this case, we're focusing on Matt Krause and Tony Tinderhold to provide those two representatives information. And I got to say how moved I was last night from hearing specifically from our administrators at Jones Academy and at Shackelford Junior High. Our parents were blown away by the level of dedication and the amount of work that that our staff and teachers are putting in. They know what we did back in the spring is not what we need going forward. And they are working tirelessly to provide the rigorous experience that our parents and our students need, and to eliminate those gaps that are occurring. Skipping vacations, working the whole summer. And the other thing that came out was how important, no matter where the teachers stood on whether they were wanted to go back to the classroom or they had fear, safety concerns, all of the teachers knew that that those students really needed them. And it was amazing to really see and feel the love that all of our teachers feel for the students that they serve, and how desperate they are to get back into a classroom once it's safe, so that they can provide the level of education that we need. And then finally, I want to say that the parents in AISD are some of the best parents, I'd argue the best parents in the state. They really care, and they really appreciate. It's amazing how much they appreciate and really value and feel blessed that their kids go to school in this district, because they see from the top down, from Dr. Cavazos and his staff, they gave nothing but kudos to the rollout plan. You know, there was some apprehension at first when during the spring, when we kind of did the slow roll of rolling out our online instruction. They were kind of wondering, wait, why are all these other districts, you know, hitting the ground right away? And then they realized, there was a method to it. And it was a blessing to them that it was organized, well thought out, and they didn't go through the hiccups that and the experiences that their friends were telling them from other districts. So even though, you know, we know that's not the model we want to repeat, the parents were very appreciative of the thought and the methodology that went into rolling that out and being able to service our students. And we know, the parents know that this pandemic is hitting those our economically disadvantaged and our ELL students, our at-risk students the most. And they're worried about it. So much to the point that it's amazing to see that the community coming together to try to solve it themselves from a grassroots level. I'll give you one example. There are some parents of privilege who were looking at starting a pod and hiring a tutor, or rotating services between the working parents and maybe the stay-at-home parents. But they know that the kids who need it most are not their kids, and that they're making a concerted effort to reach out to their kids' classmates who might be economically disadvantaged, whose parents don't have the resource to hire a tutor, to pull them into their learning pods and help in whatever way they can solve that very critical issue. And I know there's a number of nonprofits too across the area that are also looking at working and coordinating with the city and with our faith-based communities to also reach out to those working families that are desperate for someone to watch their first grader and make sure they're on seesaw doing that learning and not falling further behind. So Arlington is an amazing community, and I think we're leading the way, and I think this district is leading the way, and we are all very blessed. And it was clear that the parents that were involved last night all felt very blessed that their kids were part of AISD.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Any other reports from trustees? Okay, seeing no hands. Ms. Secretary, do we have any items to consider this evening?
Yes, ma'am. We have a request for information on how the district will provide virtual learning to our homeless population. I understand there's a task force, and we would like information from them on answering that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it is 11:05 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much and good night.